the whole time muted. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 7th of May, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the floor of the Zodiac in beautiful Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Whoa. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in the Twilight Realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and why ever you are. We're about to jump right into it on twitch.com, YouTube, backwards, twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Yeah, okay, so I'm getting a question from maybe somebody from the Do Not Worry audience here. Anthony mentioned he sent a DM. You know what's weird? Yeah, Anthony, you may be touched by fate. No, I don't know when this happened because I haven't looked at my, I honestly have not looked at my YouTube, YouTube, what am I talking about? Twitter DMs in a long time, but Elon changed something and I don't like it. Yeah, it's not DMs anymore, it's chat. And when I click on it, it's like, hey, you wanna create a new passcode? I don't know. I don't know what, like every time, I don't know. I'm sorry. It's Elon. It's Elon. Elon's asking me to create a passcode. What's the trick? Yeah, no, I haven't like gotten into that. Or sorry, I haven't gotten into my DMs since it's been totally changed. Isn't that weird? Maybe it happened a long time ago and I just didn't notice. Maybe it's not like a weird coinky dink, but yeah, that is the problem right there. I will probably, a new Pisco. Who is a new Pisco? Do we have a van that works? Yeah. Oh, nice. So nice. Okay. I will take it. It's Friday the 8th for you too, Amanda, Panda Sensei. That's true, yeah. Past the international date line, it is tomorrow. Yeah, oh my god, Hassan always says, you know, thank you for supporting the Piker Broadcasting Service. You got tomorrow's news today. I feel like we're a little bit more literal than that. Any of the Thai news that I'm going to give you is going to be tomorrow's news today. And it kind of is. I have a password generator. Would you like to borrow it? I don't know. I just need to read something about what's going on with the DMs, right? I just need to hear somebody say it's like totally normal to set up a passcode. Like, I need to be guaranteed that it's not a trick by Elon to try to steal my soul. He's trying to hack my soul, chat. You know, the funny thing is that game Soul Hackers, which we started and really need to finish at some time. God, this is the thing about JRPGs. They take so long to play. It's like you've got other ones that you want to finish. But yeah, the whole thing that attracted me to that game is if you look at the plot, it is like the platform is called Paradigm X. And it, you know, I don't know. I get one of the characters, you know, the owner of the platform is kind of Muskian in some way. Elon's about to get charged with producing CSAM in France. Other things soon. God, France is goes so hard with its litigation, right? You know, they got Candace for the transvestigation. I am in Tomorrowland. Wait. Oh, you're saying that to Magenta. No, I'm also literally in. Why is everything that like figuratively applies to people like Hassan, tomorrow's news today, right? You know, he does I mean, famously, he did not prognosticate correctly about whether Russia was going to attack Ukraine or not. That's the famous prediction that went very wrong. But a lot of stuff that Hassan will, predict before it happens, because it's kind of the thing, like, if you're immersed in the news to a certain extent, you can tell where certain things are going, right? So he says tomorrow's news today kind of means it figuratively. I'm literal about that. And yeah, Tomorrowland is literally coming to Thailand. The electronic dance music festival, Tomorrowland, which is apparently still going. I associate that with like the dubstep moment, right? Tomorrowland. When I think of Tomorrowland, I think of, like, I don't know, pegboard nerds or something. Did pegboard nerds ever play Tomorrowland? Because, like, if they didn't, that's a huge mistake. That's like the platonic ideal of a Tomorrowland artist right there. Or is that too Vancouver of a take for you, chat? I don't know what kind of takes I'm going to give today. But I do know that we're going to immerse ourselves tonight in the commentary war, the Clash of Clans. Clash of Clans. Clash of Commentary Clans. Commentary Covens. The commentary covens will clash right before our eyes. Yeah. So commentary for a very long time has had just like a nasty incel chuddy flavor to it, you know? It's just the people that tend to go into it, not everybody, right? But those of us who do commentary and we're not like that, we got to deal with the muck. It's like charging into a goblin's nest with goblin vomit and snot, right? I might get a little bit of the goblin gook on me, right? But you just don't want to see me, kissing goblins, embracing goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin, right? That's what we're trying to avoid here. But though, it is it's a dirty place. It's a dirty, nasty place, right? And yeah, it does have political valence to it. It's not a good one, particularly. That may be changing. I'm not telling you that it's going to be butterflies and rainbows, chat. I don't ever, if it was butterflies and rainbows, it wouldn't be commentary, right? Some degree of muck and slop. Really, slop is what we're talking about. The slop is okay. The goblin vomit and slop, right, is okay. But when it starts to get into, the other fluids of the goblins, that's what we're trying to avoid. Yeah, do not have sexual relation with that goblin. That's what Vosh said. That's what he said. So that is, the war that I'm talking about is like a war for the soul of the commentary community. I know. Look, it's not exactly it's not the it's not the stronghold of morality and decency by any means, right? But there is a certain responsibility that commentary, channels hold each other to, and that is of consistency, that you are morally consistent, that you're not just all out there fuck Hassan, and then somebody does the exact same thing as Hassan, and you're like, this guy's cool, right? Because I don't know, why would it be? They pride themselves on a certain degree of moral and ethical consistency, and they call each other out when they fall short. Now, for a long time, a large part of the commentary community has fallen short, right? This started off with creators like iDubbbz and Ethan Klein. I'm talking about years ago, chat. This is years ago now, okay? People like that who used to be edgelords back in the day, they were edgy little edgelords, right? I realized I gotta get stuff going in the background as I'm talking here. They were edgy little edgelords, and they did, iDubbbz had called his community inward F slurs. That was like the cute name for hey, N-word F slurs, what's up, hey, you beautiful bastards. Instead, yeah, iDubbbz was that. Ethan, kind of rode a bit of a train of anti-SJW content. I'd say it's less like politically valent, maybe, if that's possible. It's things like the humongous guy and like, oh, look at this feminist libtard get triggered because the guy says he's humongous, right? Because the guy's like low-key sexually harassing. Oh my God, I can't believe what a crazy feminist crash out. Look at Big Red owning these MRAs in the parking lot at some convention. Oh, she's really crashing out. Even though if you listen to the audio, she's kicking their asses. She's destroying them. I mean, it's not hard, it's never, there's never, logic and reason have never really been on the side of the sweaty manosphere. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is commentary has been a little bit beholden to the manosphere, a little bit attached at the hip, a little bit having to go along with that kind of zeitgeist, right? Not entirely. And, whenever anybody in the commentary community was excessive or ridiculous, they would call, Fresh and Fit out when they look stupid. But yeah, there's been like a little bit of like a, like I said, a little valence, a little charge, a little tendency of the tennis ball to fall on that side of the court. If you are a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 fan, still waiting for episode 2. I know it's gonna drop in the fall, but we all have to wait. We all want to see what happens in phase 2 of the great Steel Ball. Oh my God, chat! Trump should be in Steel Ball Run. He kind of is, though, isn't he? President Valentine is... Anybody else read President Valentine as Trump? I don't know. I don't even know if there's any JoJo fans in here. I don't even know if there's anybody but Dream characters in here, chat. But we're going to go forth anyway, and I'm going to challenge you, all right? The challenge is that if we can add time to the clock, then I will come back here for a bonus stream after Thai class, all right? It'll be very early in the morning for those of you in the United States. I don't know what time it'll be. If you're in the UK, it would be maybe midday or something like that. But yeah, we could come back. We could, because there's no way we're finishing this shit, right? Do I have the, Waluigi, put a Waluigi sticker on screen. All right, so that is the challenge for 5 super chats of the teal variety or higher. The other challenge that I'm talking about is if we can if we could turn back time, we will create a bonus stream, right? And that might be the only way I'm going to be able to cover even this Ethan Klein shit, right? It's just like there's too much content, as always, and I need your help in actually having time to cover it. So I'm going to try to move quickly. What do we have here? I put that up, and then I pop that out. Yeah, I almost said Tai Chi. No, Thai Pasa Thai, in fact, Thai language, which is how you say Thai language in Thai, by the way. You say Pasa Thai. Right. Chanja Rian Pasa Thai, Oh my God, I'm so close to it, chat, tonight. What is it, like? Yeah, Kuni. Oh, Kuni. I was about to say Wan Kun. No, it's Kuni. Chan I Ja will Rian learn Pasa Thai language, Kuni, tonight, Ka, polite participle. Yeah, how you end your sentences when you're being polite. But anyway, so that is what we're going to be doing tonight, covering that stuff. And there's a lot of other stuff too, okay? You can vote on it. Yeah, that's right. The vote is going on right now on youtube.com. So if you have not already, make sure to make your voice heard. It is very important. I need to know which of these topics you want to see next. We don't even have to stick to the Ethan stuff. If it's boring, if people are done with Ethan Klein, you got the remote is in your hand, okay? In your sleepy little hand. there is a remote, and you will be able to, oh my God, look at that. 20 votes so far, chat. It's very close. 43% voting for, to continue the topic, the Weasel Awards. Okay, so what this is there's a commentary channel called Kilo. I think it used to be called Kilo the Giants. I'm not sure where this person's from, but it's not like a leftist space as far as I know. I think this is more from like the Queemon, just as cool, J-Stalk side of things. I think these are more like the people that are, they're not like lefties, right? They're not like Hassan fans that think Ethan's full of shit. They're maybe the opposite, people that are just not given to lefty types of political thoughts who look at the situation and nonetheless say, wait a minute, this guy's full of shit. How come the guy that we're supporting is the lol cow? How come we're not applying the standards that we do to every other content creator, right? Every other content creator is sort of bound to just not be an abject liar the way that Ethan Klein is. And yeah, there's enough of that track record of him just like openly lying, distorting things, creating a victim narrative for himself that yeah, some people in the commentary community are like, hey, wait a minute. I hate Hassan too, right? I hate the woke as well, but come on, what the fuck, Ethan Klein? Like, what changed? He's now kind of a chud. He's a fellow chud. Just because he's got a chuddy, chuddy takes on Israel, right? There's like it's a rejection, I guess, of the part of the commentary community that's literally making money off of Ethan's fans. If you don't know, when Ethan is not streaming, there's a jolly man named Nicholas DeOreo who Ela and Ethan have dubbed Saint Nick. Obviously a shot at his weight. There from Ethan, who's now on Ozempic or whatever, right? So something about that does not go down. I don't know, like somebody. Are you? You shouldn't be fat phobic anyway, right? But if you used Ozempic to not be fat, isn't there something a little extra about that? I'm not saying like morally. I'm saying from a commentary point of view, isn't that a little bit more cringe? If you are, you're like, haha, now that I'm skinny, let me fat shame. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I don't know, something about that just does not sit right with me. But yeah, he fat shames him and lets him make money off of his audience because yeah, these people, these Ethan Klein fans, the drama frogs amongst them, right? They kind of can't get enough. And after the Ethan Klein show, they go and they watch Nicholas DeOreo be like, oh my God, look at, well, I was going to say, look at Anissa Joma, because for a long time, that's what it was. Look at iDubbbz, look at Anissa. They don't have very many views. Let's make fun of them. They're cringe now. Ian probably smells bad. Anissa is promiscuous. I don't know. Like what you got the idea for the longest time, right? And then at some point, Anissa bit back. And Nick just like, whoa, like Anissa started to own Nick, and he just kind of backed away, which is like, it's weird when you're bullying somebody and they strike back and you're like, whoa, okay, well, I guess she's getting a little toxic now. I don't want to have anything to do with that. Yeah, so it's in the midst of a great commentary war. It's going to determine, I guess, the tenor of commentary going forward. And really, it does seem like a change of the guards moment, like the kind of just like, and it's weird, right? Not even the people that you'd think, right? Chud Logic is somebody that I would think, oh yeah, that sounds like Chud Logic has swept for Destiny. Chud Logic has swept for Ethan before. You would kind of think, Chud Logic probably on the DeOreo side of things. Turns out not so much. Turns out Chud Logic and Nicholas DeOreo not getting along so well these days. I don't want to go into too much of the the history of what's going on, but I'm afraid the big sweep might be on. Right? Yeah, it all began with Chud saying that he thought that there was a possibility that DeOreo might be sweeping for one of his friends. Just like kind of a throwaway line, and DeOreo obviously like took again. He's starting to do these things where, you know, he will block somebody and like call them toxic. Or like, I don't know. It's this weird like woke right thing that's going on the Ethan side of that whole debate. So anyway, yeah, it's in the midst of a commentary community civil war, and this is another entry in a shot over the bow of the HMS Ethan Klein sinking ship, and the DeOreo. What is the fish called, Chad? Is it remora? The fish that attaches to like a shark and swims along and eats the food when the shark eats it, right? That's what Nick DeOreo is. That's what he's doing right now. Ethan's the shark tearing people up with his litigation, and then Nick comes along and grabs like the scraps. But like whenever somebody actually comes along and says, "Oh, you wanna throw down, Nick?" Like Anissa Joma, the Anissa Jomakuda, the remora fish runs and hides behind the shark's balls. Because there's just he doesn't want that smoke, chat. It's kind of pathetic. So anyway, yeah, DeOreo does get talked about in this. I don't think we're gonna get to it today because, like I said, we got a lot of content. What is winning now? ContraPoints on Brianna Joy Gray, right? That's another topic. Pisco versus Hutch on Taylor Lorenz. We saw the conversation in Live and Learn between the Live and Learn guys, kind of an ambush on Taylor Lorenz. I guess Pisco had some thoughts about that, shared them with Hutch, turned into an argument. We got Professor Jang. He showed up on this Diary of a CEO. I don't know, chat. That sounds like something that will probably copyright claim me. But yeah, what I'm trying to get across to you is we got that video. Let me show it to you really quick. Let's the video, Hilo, Hassan, Weasel. If I type these things, there we go. So yeah, just for clarity here, this is the video I'm talking about. It looks a little bit like doesn't it look like maybe like a 90s rap album a little bit? Anybody see that? Anybody getting like a 90s rap album here? This is the new Kilo the Giants video, or Kilo, I guess, is what they're going by right now. We've watched a video of theirs before, I think on Progressive Victory. Was there something that went on between them and President Sunday? Anybody remember? This Kilo person, like, we've encountered Kilo before, but I'm having trouble remembering like all of the everything that's going on. Yo, Professor Jang. Yo, Taylor knows what's up. All right, putting your money where your mouth is already. So that's the video that we're gonna start off watching today. Again, you've got the opportunity to change the channel, right? You've got the remote in your hand, and you can do with it as you will by voting, right? So right now, yeah, Ethan is just barely ahead, 24 votes so far. ContraPoints on Brianna Joy Gray in second place. Diary of Professor Jing coming on into third place. And let me just adjust this a tiny bit. All right, yeah, and thank you for the super chat. That's 1/5 of the way to putting a Waluigi on screen. That is our super chat goal. And again, if we can make I'm gonna add this to the time as soon as I start it. If we can make the time go up, then we can have a bonus stream tonight, just like we did. That's a bonus stream, chat. That is me going to Thai class. If there's time still on the ticker, I'll come back after Thai class and I'll do a special bonus stream. How does that sound? Okay. So there we go. I think we're sounding good there. What else do I need to get to? Oh yeah, these are the items, and just like Oh wait, am I able to put you on screen here, Taylorin? Trying to make it work. Okay, I don't know. I need this maybe. There we go. Somewhere. Is it not working today? Oh, there it is. Wow. Okay. Fucking consider myself trolled here. But yeah, we have put 5% extra on the board for Professor Jang and that interview with Diary of a CEO. So yeah, and see, Rusty is saying something to me in Thai. I'm gonna have to get to that in a second. Wait, maybe I can put it on the board and then deal with it when I get a chance, because I gotta get through all this and I gotta get us going on the stream today. But yeah, we're gonna so we're gonna vote on youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you are watching me on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube, click on my channel and then click on the stream, and YouTube will be able to vote. You don't have to stay and watch it there. Just voting will be enough. And also liking the stream does help a lot, and I do appreciate that greatly. So yeah, you can place your vote on the topic of your choice. Yeah, what are the things? Oh yeah, let me put this on the screen. We gotta get okay, we're gonna reset timer. Right, wait, did I don't feel okay. Hit, sorry chat, everything about this element is super weird. All right, we got 3 hours on the time. Now what I'm gonna do is every time somebody supports the stream, and that is whether it's through a super chat, a super sticker, if you got yourself a membership, if you gift a membership. Speaking of which, I think there's another thing. I heard another ding earlier. I'm guessing it was a ding to remind me that I was not making any noise in the very beginning of the video. Okay, so yeah, every time somebody supports the stream, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on throne.com, throne.com/nocommentchick, which I'm trying to crowdsource my trip to Vietnam this fall. I'm on an educational visa, and I've got to go out of the country to renew it. So I thought, why not go to Vietnam again and apply at the Thai embassy there. That's what I'm gonna do. But to do that, I've got to get a flight booked in advance, because I'm kind of afraid of what the ticket prices are gonna be like given the current energy crisis. So if you want to help me with that, throne.com/nocommentchick. If you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, that also counts towards that number. And of course, if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free, if you've got Prime, just hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account and you'll get a free Prime sub. You can use it on the stream of your choice. If that happens to be me, you won't get any you won't get any ads. I mean, that's generally the benefit, right? Generally the stream is demonetized, so none of you should be getting any ads. But yeah, you also got to rewind the stream, and you get emotes, right? Twitch subs do cost $6, which is like twice as much as YouTube memberships. But if you don't have Prime and you can't afford that, just stick around. If you're active in chat, there's some chance that somebody will be gifting subs at some point. And if they see you active in the chat, you might get a gift sub. So that's another way to get a sub if that is out of your range. Which is very understandable right now, because Trump is actively making it impossible to afford life in the United States of America. All right, so let me get to adding some time to the screen. Goblin and Me says, pop it on Ethan. Wait, oh, on Ethan, yo. All right, okay, so yeah, look at that. So Brave and Rave and Taylor and both oh yeah, well look at that, we're at 2 out of 5, so three more super chats of the teal variety. We're looking for to pop that Waluigi sticker onto the screen. So yeah, once again, thanks for helping me explain how this works. So you see how we've got a poll going on YouTube, right? These numbers get added to the scores on the board for the different topics, right? And so you know, so the Weasel Awards, Ethan Klein, it says 44%. It's really 47%. ContraPoints, or sorry, what's the other one? Professor Jang, it says 11%. It's really 16%, right? So you can actually add in real time. Yeah, when you donate, you can add percentage. You can turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice, including Vox Populi, which is what you would add it to if you're like, I don't like the idea of people donating money and changing the topic of the stream. You can say Vox Populi. You can also say, if you are indeed a gaming frog, you can say video game stream, because we're at 61 right now. That's just 39 points away from getting another stream. What is it? Tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow is the video game stream. So yeah, if that gets up to 100 again, then we'll do another round of Persona 2. We're just getting to the good part, chat. I think we will see the idol plot start to develop, right? The one of the characters becomes an idol, makes a wish with the Joker to become an idol, and then like, what is the idol group singing about? Well, they're advertising the Joker's services, because when people dial J, when people call their own phone number, the Joker shows up. The Joker can take your soul, right? He just gets this, he captures the souls into the crystal skull using his love beam, and it goes on for, yeah, it's a crazy plot. I would love to see where it's going from now, and we're only 39 points from saying that. Anyway, chat, I gotta get us going, because like I said, limited time here. The Chaos Goblin in me says, pop this one on Jang? What? Okay, that's an interesting way to do a semi-Vox Populi? Wait, is it? The great Equalizer super chat, and the great Waluigi super chat. But anyway, I feel like I've explained all of that stuff, how that works, and that you can, whether you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want, and I will turn your donation into a bonus, into like a little plus whatever percentage on the topic of your choice. Speaking of which, I gotta thank my Patreons, right? And note that I did get a Direful, if you're here, I did get your message on Patreon that it was for the video that we're watching tonight. That's crazy. Great minds think alike. No, there was a few people that suggested me this video. I noticed it and I thought that it would be fun to watch, but I didn't really. When I saw that so many people were like also thinking that too, I was like, all right, I guess it's mandatory. It's pretty much mandatory, chat. And again, this is a long video. Yeah, so what I was trying to show you about the video, and I got distracted, was that the video is 4 hours. Yeah, let's get into this, okay? Video is 4 hours long. That's a crazy length for a video. Yo, always keep them guessing. Ethan again. Oh my god, you are an absolute veritable chaos agent. Rave with the super chat and getting us to 4 out of 5 with 38 minutes left on the goal. So Waluigi is well on its way. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Does it say it? Yeah, almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. No way in hell we're getting through all this. Also, some of the shit I don't want to really, like, that's that Cameron guy that did a content cop that was like trying to be like, I'm the real iDubbbz now. That's Willie Mack. I don't really care about Willie Mack. Nux Taku, Tectone, DeOreo, and Dan That sounds like fun. We got to start small, chat. How do you eat a whale? This video is a whale. One bite at a time. You take the biggest bite, and that would be Ethan Klein. So that's what we're going to start off with. I am hoping that maybe we could get done with Ethan Klein tonight, or that if people get bored with this video, that we can change to one of the other topics, because we got some doozies here. Professor Jang on Diary of an Incel. He's always, you know, this is the guy, he predicted that there would be a ground invasion. That's the prediction that might have been a prediction too far for Jang. Does not seem to be coming true, does not seem to be likely to come true. But yeah, he's gonna do some kind of a revision. He's gonna somehow do revisionist history. So yeah, we absolutely need to get into this as soon as possible. All right, so what am I gonna do first though? I'm gonna show you how you can turn back time, right? When you support the stream, if it's on Twitch, it automatically gets added, right? Like the timer goes up. But if you're on YouTube or somewhere else, Throne or Patreon, did I shout out? I think I talked about shouting out my Patreons. I pressed the button. There we go. Okay, sorry. Distracted here. Anyway, like I said, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. We're close to the beginning, so let me shout out my Patreons now. Shouts out to Neopergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. There we go. Those are my Patreons. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Oh my god.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $15. If you think the ground invasion prediction was bad, oh boy, are you in for a treat.
Oh no.
Plus 15 for Chinese Rudyard that finished college.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he did finish undergrad. That's true. He talks like he's done several, you know, he talks like he's, you know, published, right? But no, he's a, what is it? English literature, right? I studied, English lit a little bit, I think as a minor in undergrad. But yeah, Narwhal, thank you for the 15 big ones. And yeah, you're talking like you've seen this before. So that's a recommendation then. I'm never sure what's going to be good content, what's not going to be good content. But you know, if you've seen it and you can give that recommendation, that's always helpful. All right, so sub ad time 5M. I am just letting you know, if you supported the stream already, we're about to see the fruits of your labor, or the fruits of your contribution go into the be added as extra time. Yeah, giving me more time to cover all the stuff that I got to cover today, and possibly even you know, if we have time left when my class starts off, I'll do a short bonus stream after, or maybe short, right? I'll keep the sub-a-thon thing up, so you know, potentially short after class tonight. Okay, so that sub ad time was for Taylor, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, let me just go through these here and add the time. Narwhal by nature, I'm gonna add 3 for you here. Sub ad time 3 minutes. There we go. Oh, wait, actually, did I mess that up? And then, whoa, there we go. And thank you for letting me know there was no sound. That's very helpful. I think the noise might have been what cued me into like what was happening there. All right, so Rave with the super chat. We're gonna add 3 minutes. Sub add time 3M. There we go. It should go up by 3. It did. Yay. But that's not the only one. 3 in a row. Wait, I gotta add all of these. Chaos Demon says add to Jang. I added to Jane, and then I add to the time. Sub ad time 3 minutes. Sub time 3M, and then that goes up. Okay, and that's the one that is for put that one on Jang, and then keep them guessing. Ethan again. I didn't add that one yet. But look at that, now it's got 6 on it, and we're gonna add, yes, you guessed it, sub ad time 3M, boom, and then Narwhal by Nature with the super chat, recommending, it sounds like, the Chinese Rudyard content of the Professor Jang on Diary of a Wimpy CEO. I don't know. There's so many variations of his name here. Sub at time 15M. Let's make sure that goes up, and there it is. All right. So, and yeah, again, every time that happens, you're gonna hear this sound, right? Whether it's on Twitch or it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch and it's doing this automatically, or it's on YouTube and I'm having to do it manually. Yeah, that's the sound of continuity. That's the sound of more time being added to the stream. It's the sound of time being turned back. Anyway, chat, I have yapped enough. It's time to get into this. Hassan Bad. This is Kilo, I guess is what they're calling themselves now. Hassan himself recommended this, right? Hassan saw this video, shouted it out on Twitter. Let me pull it up here. Did I bookmark it though? That's the question. Fuck, there was Thai that I was supposed to translate and I didn't. Let me see if I can find it. Ew, Joe Rogan admitting to watching underage porn. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Oh, also chat, sometime we gotta figure out when, the Vadim provided clips for me last stream, and I just couldn't, get those up because they were, in the, you know, they like, I've got the stream set up to, react to stuff that's on, you know, anyway, it would have just taken too much time. Because they were in the form of files, which, you know, is, you know, some people use media source, some people, I don't know how. Wait, what is this? Oh my god, chat, is this Hassan reacting to Quiman?
Sorry guys, trigger warning. In the last 5 years, the YouTube apolitical commentary sphere has produced a metric ton of right-wing drama slop that centered me as the arch villain responsible for all things woke. Literally, this never happened. People started making some videos about you. There were a few videos made about him via the Israel-Palestine stuff.
Right, just a couple videos.
I don't think anybody gave a fuck.
Just a couple videos.
Commentary space?
Nobody gave a fuck in commentary. Just a few videos, guys. Just a few videos. It was just one or two videos over the Israel-Palestine stuff. Just one or two videos over the Israel-Palestine. No one really gave a fuck. Nobody really gave a fuck. Who even cares?
Oh, okay.
Who even?
Yeah, Hassan's aware of this, right? Hassan, like, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is Quiman talking about DeOreo. Now, look, you might get confused, right? If you look at Nick's stream, you're gonna see like tens of thousands of people, or 10,000, 15,000, something like that. People watching. That's Nick's audience and Ethan's audience. I mean, as long as it's relevant to that kind of drama, they tend to drop in, and they like, you know, just lather that man in super chats, right? That's probably why Nick is acting in a way that is not like morally consistent to the standards that he set as a commentary shitlord, who, despite being a shitlord, did have some consistency in his, you know, moral framework, or at least would respond when somebody's like, hey, you said this, but then you did this, and like this doesn't, you know, like there's an obligation to respond. Now instead of responding, Nick is just blocking people. I think he's blocked Queeman, he's blocked Anissa. He's blocking people and running away, rather than acknowledging their criticisms. Okay, who is this? This is cute but dangerous. All right. I'm glad Hassan recognizes that there are people even in the commentary community who hold their moral consistency over any political disagreement or whatever with Hassan. But this is like. Oh no, chat. What is this? See, is this person like anti Destiny now? Hey, like, they've even lost the weirdos from Twitch. So what I'm trying to say, chat, is that this shit's got baggage. The shit that Hassan is retweeting right now is got baggage, and I'm not sure how aware Hassan is of that. This is yeah. Oh yeah, so he was at the Shoycott rally tonight. But what I'm looking for is his retweet of something else, actually. And just wasn't expecting to see him, because like I've seen him kind of notice what's going on in the commentary space, maybe appreciate it a little bit, but also be aware, like, these are like, because with like somebody like J-Stalk, right? Hassan remembers when J-Stalk was doing, what didn't J-Stalk try to film him in public, or I vaguely remember something like that. But yeah, Hassan remembers J-Stalk being a Destiny orbiter and being like, super bad faith with him. I'm not sure if he's ever seen Queeman before, so that might just be like, oh, this new guy just emerged. No, Queeman's not a new guy, all right? He was birthed out of Chud Logic's ass, all right? That's how Queeman came to be. Chud Logic had explosive diarrhea, and out came Queeman, all right? Fully formed. That's so that's what I mean about baggage. That's what I mean about baggage, right? It's okay, wait. No labels is going after. No labels is going after Hassan. I am looking for So like I said, chat, this is cute but dangerous. And I generally don't try to, I don't know, communicate with other content creators in the space, if I'm not, if our content isn't like directly relevant, like, for instance, Anthony's trying to get a hold of me, and we're going to set something up with Do Not Worry podcast. Hopefully, like, right, outside of that kind of, collab based things, I usually don't try to, reach out, but I don't know. I just gotta know that he knows exactly what he's dealing with here. Oh, is this it? This is it, I think. Okay, so here it is. For the last 5 years, the YouTube apolitical commentary sphere has produced a metric ton of right-wing drama slop that is that centered me as the arch villain responsible for all things woke. It even led many of them to take a pro-Israel stance. Glad to see that that environment is shifting. So yeah, that is him recognizing the shift in the content civil war. I guess this is like what the trailer for the video we're about to watch here.
Darkness isn't some monster lurking under the bed or
Oh, it's a clip.
in the closet. It lives inside, waiting for the moment when you're too weak, too broken, too distracted to defend yourself. It doesn't need to scream or roar. It waits quietly, knowing that patience is its greatest weapon.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it is a trailer. Yeah. So yeah, I think what's being referred to there is the amount of time that it takes to make a 4-hour video essay. Now, look, this isn't going to be the most slickly produced essay that you've ever seen, but I will say from what I've seen, it's fine. It's not sloppy. It's not, you know, the edges aren't rough, but it's you know, it's not here to impress you with its transitions and I don't know, editing, right? It's here to inform you about something that the commentary community definitely needs to consider, right? How this just reflexive alignment against Hassan and with anybody that's like, fuck Hassan, how that has twisted the, you know, the one good aspect of the commentary community, which is consistency, into a pretzel of logic. All right, we're in Steely Dan territory, chat, and that's never a good thing. Ask your uncle how many, you know, coke-filled days he might have spent listening to Steely Dan in the early 80s. I don't know, chat. Maybe that's just my uncle.
Palestinian, and overall just having somewhat radical takes that go against the grain. And he can occasionally make comments that have a tendency to make...
Here, let's rewind it all the way. All right, are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Are we ready to get going? We know the rules of the game. You know that you got the remote in your hand. You can change the channel if you want to. How do you change the channel? By voting. Look at that. 28 of you have voted so far. Is that right? I don't even believe that, chat. Let me switch. Maybe it's different. 36 of you have voted. Okay, still not enough. All right, let's get those votes in. 50% of you supporting the Weasel Awards, which is what we're watching now. 33% of you supporting ContraPoints. If the ContraPoints thing climbs above the Weasel Awards, I'll switch to ContraPoints. I'll take that as people are getting bored, right? You can also affect things with your donation, as long as you remember when you donate to let me know which of these topics do you even support, because how else am I going to know where to add your donation as a percentage to make it, you know, maybe get into first place. So here we go. I'm pretty sure this is not,
Alright, so if you've used the internet at any point in the last few years, it means at one time or another, you've probably heard the name Hassan Piker. Hassan, who also goes by Hasanabi, is 34 years old. He's one of online politics' largest creators, and he's known for taking controversial far-left positions and being very tall.
You are tall. He's a tall guy.
Hassan is best summarized...
At Omega 5 Tar, super chatted $9.99. Weasels pleasels.
that is, yeah, there you go. All right, look at that Weasel. Look at that Weasel climbing. Yeah, I mean, we're using different meaning of Weasels tonight in terms of the Weasel Awards. I mean, I guess we'll get to it pretty soon, but so Hassan's got a pretty famous clip about Weaselly Little Liars. Also, thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. I'm going to add that to
very passionately progressive,
the timer.
Capitalist, pro-Palestinian, and overall just having somewhat radical takes that go against the grain. And he can occasionally make comments that have a tendency to make a lot of people very upset.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Over the duration of his career online, while he does have some support around him, Hassan has gradually become public enemy #1 for a lot of creators and their fan bases.
Do I have him at 1.5 times speed or something? It sounds a little weird. One thing I'll say though, it doesn't sound like it's AI. Like I'm hearing little like, you know, little imperfections in the writing that are well, it's not that AI is obviously AI is far. I'm not hearing the AI imperfections. I'm hearing the human imperfections, and I like it, chat. I want more of it. I want more human created content.
He draws some pretty intense criticism from not just the right, but also the left. And lately, he's even becoming more and more of a regular target for a bunch of apolitical idiot slop channels.
Hey, Hassan, you crying stupid bitch. Brother, you are the biggest piece of shit I have ever seen. Shut your fucking mouth.
The attacks on Hassan range from him encouraging...
Oh yeah, so that's, you noticed that, Mopo, in YouTube chat. Yeah, let me actually go back to that. Like, wait, am I, did I put your... I'm actually gonna put your shot at the left, and it's Richie Torres, right? Good catch, right? This is gonna help me illustrate a point. Now, look, I'm not going too hard on these, okay? I don't have bad feelings towards any of these channels, and if what we're seeing is a political movement from these areas that, like, if you switch them back to like 5 years ago, these are Mr. Girl fans, these are Nick Fuentes fans, these are, you know, blood sport, you know, debate enjoyers, right? If there's a whole bunch of these dudes that are just like kind of moving to the left and being like, actually, I don't really disagree with Hassan Piker, right? That's really cool, right? But I gotta know where all this is coming from, right? And you can tell, right? When you watch a Queeman stream, when you watch a J-Stalk stream, there's gonna be certain things that that are telling you that I'm not watching don't ever get confused, right? I mean, I guess you won't. You know. It'll be about 5 minutes between them saying the R slur, right? So that'll tip you off right there. What's up with these liking Hassan or criticizing Hassan Piker? Where are we at?
Holy shit. We did.
Over the duration of his career online, while he does have some...
I need to find the Richie Torres.
Hassan has gradually become public enemy #1 for a lot of creators and their fan bases. He draws some pretty intense criticism from not just the right, but also the left.
Okay, yeah. So that's what was that's where it was, all right? So understand, this is not a video coming from a leftist, right? Queeman's not a leftist. J-Stalk's not a leftist. Like these unless, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I'm willing to grant like people can change their minds, but you know, you're gonna see certain places in which the analysis is missing something really important. Like when you say Richie, like, it's coming from the left, Richie Torres. Okay, well now from the outside, that's a perfectly sensible thing to say. Richie Torres is a Democratic congressman. So that's the left of the American. I'm not making any assumptions about where Kilo comes from. Some of these people, you know, Queemon, for instance, does not come from the United States of America. Sometimes the analysis is flawed because of that. But then again, he's not a political streamer, right? You know, his content is it's the political content is kind of I don't know. It's coming at it from a. You know, it's coming in from an angle. It's not like, you know, it's drama content with a like political flavor, if that makes sense, rather than anything specifically political. And again, it's hard for me to understand the way that British politics works, right? I can offer some takes, but you know, it's not going to be. I'm not going to see it the way that I would if I lived in the UK, and had lived in the UK for a while and had seen like politics. But yeah, Richie Torres, to anybody in here, right? This is not somebody of the left, right? This is a you know, right-wing, actually kind of reactionary Zionist that just happens to have insinuated himself on the Democratic Party, right? The Democratic Party is just the host for politicians like Richie Torres, honestly. But see, you wouldn't necessarily know that unless you had followed a lot of this and you knew what this guy was about. You'd seen him like make moves like this before. You'd understand, like, or you know, like, let's say it's Josh Fetterman, even worse, right? Josh Fetterman right now is being wooed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump is trying to be like, I could make your life very good, John. Sorry, I always call him Josh. I mixed him up with the other guy from Pennsylvania. Anyway, you can make all you got to do is switch parties, John. You can come to Mar-a-Lago. You can dance with the beautiful women here. No, so yeah, you know, there is, you know, it's not about. I'm not criticizing Kilo's video, which is not focused on politics. We are talking about some apolitical streamers, so politics, I guess, is tangentially related, but yeah, you will notice that. Whereas if this was a video from like a leftist video essayist, right, then maybe it would be noted, that Richie Torres not exactly on the left. There's probably examples that you could find of people that are actually on the left that are very hostile to Hassan Piker. A lot of times it does boil down to Zionist hate Hassan, but I'm sure there's an example, right? So I don't doubt what Kilo is getting at, which is that he gets criticism from both sides. Absolutely true, absolutely correct. Maybe not Richie, the best example with Richie Torres. But it's just, it's how you recognize, this is media literacy, right? Recognizing who your source is, and one of the ways you do that is what they are informed on and what they are not informed on. Anyway.
And lately, he's even becoming more and more of a regular target for a bunch of apolitical idiot slop channels.
Hey, Hassan.
Wait, what is this? Josh Shapiro? Oh my God, Mopo! You are cracking me up today. Josh Shapiro on Fetterman's shoulders like Master Blaster from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Stupid bitch. Brother, you are the biggest piece of shit I have ever seen. Shut your fucking mouth.
The attacks on Hassan range from him encouraging violence, to him being an anti-Semite, to him simply being kind of stupid, which is probably kind of true.
I don't know which is which, dude. Doesn't know where Yemen is? I think Nope. 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 Got it.
There's a Destiny clip like that, isn't there? I'm trying to figure out what the origin of this is, right? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Maybe he really just did not know where the fuck Yemen was, but now it's starting to look like a meme, because I swear to God, there's a clip with Destiny doing the same thing with Israel, and I'm like wondering, wait, is this not like, or no, I think it was Israel. It was either Israel or Lebanon that Destiny couldn't find, but now I'm like, was it a joke? Because like, yeah, it's that there's some game, there's some like game that like at the time streamers were playing, and it's like, it gives you a country name, it gives you the flag, you gotta click it on the map, and it'll measure how many times you get it wrong.
Now, this video is not really about debunking every argument against him, but a lot of the attacking is coming from pretty dishonest places. Like the time people claimed that Hassan urged his viewers to kill U.S. Senator Rick Scott. Here's what he said.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or fraud,
yo, chat, Waluigi, on screen. You earned it. That is a Waluigi on screen right now, and that is because we got 5 super chats of the teal variety within 1 hour. I'll try to do another one. I've got a Kaya sticker. We also have other stickers, chat. I've got like an Anna Kasparian as Patrick Bateman sticker. That's one of my favorites. I don't know if other people appreciate that. She really does have that Patrick Bateman energy in a lot of ways.
You would kill Rick Scott.
This clip got his son.
Yeah, isn't this wild? It's a commentary, channel, and again, like part of why I'm identifying that this is not, some sort of lefty partisan, kind of person. This is not somebody that's coming at this from like a leftist or even necessarily a liberal perspective. Is that it's a little bit refreshing to see. Just to see somebody be like, actually, what he said was this, right? People say that he said, kill Rick Scott, which sounds pretty bad, right? You shouldn't kill people. Murder is bad. All right. But here's what he was actually saying. You don't fucking see that from this side of things. Patrick debate, man. Okay.
Unsuspended, and many to this day claim that he was issuing a death threat towards a U.S. senator. The issue there is that Hassan is clearly talking to U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, who's making remarks about how much he wants to combat Medicare fraud.
The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
So Hassan is clearly saying, Mike Johnson, if you actually cared about Medicare fraud, you'd do the opposite of what you've done with Rick Scott because of how egregious of an offender he is. Rick Scott is pretty well known for conducting one of the largest healthcare fraud schemes in U.S. history when he was chief executive at Columbia. So to say Hassan was urging his viewers to kill Rick Scott is an outright lie, and to say it was any kind of death threat would also be pretty fucking stupid. So that's just one example of what
All it is, chat, is a streamer like speaking the way that you would speak with your friends in the living room, right? You see some shit on TV and you'd be like, God damn, if they really think that, they should kill, you know, like right, if they think that it's such a crime to commit fraud, like how your dude, your guy, Rick Scott, like what are you gonna do to him if you think? Because anyway, just to drive it home, right, chat? The issue with Medicare is that there is fraud. All right, there's a little bit of fraud that doesn't amount to shit over here on the side of the consumer, right? The person using Medicare, and there is a fucking shit ton, immeasurably bigger than this side over here on the side of corporations abusing Medicare and doing Medicare fraud, right? And guess what gets punished, right? It's not this side, it's this side. So if the Republicans cared about this little pittance, this little, oh my gosh, there was like a little bit of like fraud over here, we got to take down this program. It's like, okay, then what are you going to do about Rick Scott? The man just like sucked, like, and he got let off on it too, chat. He went free on this shit. So that's the whole that's what's so awful about the slander that Hassan was directing political violence at a sitting senator. It's not true. Narwhal, I saw I didn't put this on until just now, but there we go. Professor Jang has got 15 extra points for, that's who I'm assuming you mean by Chinese Rudyard.
what are very common dishonest attacks on Hassan. There are, of course, genuine criticisms to be made about him, and we'll go over a few of them later. But those tend to get lost in this sea of total hysteria. The widespread derangement that people have for this guy has over time devolved into attacks on anyone he associates with, calls for him to be deplatformed, and people have even become pretty chill with the US government violating Hassan's First Amendment rights. No, I'm not saying you can't dislike the guy, I don't give a shit. The dude preaches socialism and drives a Porsche. Like, I get it. I'm not a Hassan.
It's like rhetorically, we got to find something to criticize him about. Oh yeah. He drives a Porsche. He rented a Porsche. What's the story with the Porsche? He leased it. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm gonna cut Kilo some slack here though, because I feel like his audience, they're not gonna trust him. He's trying to change hearts and minds in the commentary community. He's trying to take people that have said, hey, I don't care how bad Ethan is like bullying these people with litigation, right? They called CPS. They tried to get his kids taken away. They sent skulls to his house. So yeah, right? He's trying to go to those people and be like, actually, here's what really happened, right? Ethan told a fucked up story about the living conditions of his kids, and CPS came. Beyond that, we don't know. We don't know if Ethan or somebody aligned with the show even made the call, and that's, given that it's Ethan Klein we're talking about, that's something that we got to entertain. We got to entertain a Jussie Smollett situation, but also entertain that it could have been somebody that was doing it like in bad faith, or, and this is what I'm impressed that Kilo points out, I'm getting ahead of myself here, chat, or it could be someone who, given Ethan's description of what sounds like a very dangerous situation, if you take him like 100% literally, somebody who had legitimate concerns. He grants that there could be like legitimate concerns that cause somebody to call CPS. Now, nobody wants, kids to be taken out of a loving environment, but you got to admit that the one that's responsible for this even being able to happen, what caused it to be possible for CPS to go to Ethan's house, probably that clip, probably the words that Ethan said. So yeah, kind of impressed on that. Hassan's hair is crazy. How long? Yeah, this Hassan, I guess, it's an example of an ascender, like somebody that had a very questionable aesthetic, maybe back when he started streaming. That's really honed in, I guess, something that did not peg him for having long wavy hair. He did have a little bit of a glow up, yeah. He went back to the 90s, but yeah. No, what's the story? I think he either leased this like temporarily, like leased it to be able to drive a Porsche for a little while, or he rented it. I can't remember which, but he's like, okay, so he is, you know, I mean, I don't know if he was in a frat, but he's a frat bro, right? He's that kind of guy. He's that's his mentality. Oh my God, car, vroom, vroom, goes fast, right? And now he's got money. So he's like, what am I going to do with my money? Oh, I'm going to go fast. I want to get in a Porsche, right? I don't know. It's not real. It's a crazy thing too. This probably deserves more time to unpack than I have right now, chat. The whole idea of like, you can't be a socialist if you're wealthy, but you also can't be a socialist if you're too poor. If you're too poor, then it's really obvious you just want to take other people's money. Oh, well, you just want more welfare. You just want, like, right? So you're disqualified there. If you're actually wealthy, then it's like, oh, you think that you're the proletariat, but here you are with a Porsche. You can't win with these people. You absolutely can't win. And also, I gotta point out, Marxism is not like a judgmental philosophy of putting people into two baskets of like the proletariat are good and can do no wrong, and the wealthy are, you know, they are sinners, right? And they deserve to be cast into the pits of hell, right? That's not Marxism. That's fucking like evangelical Christianity. You're getting them confused somehow, right? Marx was not trying to fucking like make a moral judgment. In fact, even about the capitalists, it wasn't about moral judgment. It was about taking the power, right? They own the means of production. You're the ones working on that. They're using their leverage to exploit you. You take their shit. You occupy your workplace. You seize the means. That's Marx, right? But not with like a, cause I hate your guts and you suck cause you're rich and you're spoiled and all this shit. You know what you're doing there? You're kind of like, in a weird way, you're like applying the morality of wealth to wealth in, I think, what Nietzsche was talking about when he said slave morality. I think that's actually the, yeah, you get a lot of things called that. But I think that was actually, you know, what he was talking about. It's like an ineffectual like judgment that you make against somebody that's oppressing you. Almost as cope, right? That's, you know. Anyway, it does need to be unpacked. We do need to talk about this more and more, because it's something that I see like so many people getting wrong about Marxism. If you fucking came for money and you think that it's wrong for people to control the means of production, welcome, comrade. Okay. I don't fucking care if you had a much easier childhood than I did, right? It's not, you know, I care that you believe in moving past this bullshit exploitative, you know, system. That's what I'm looking for as far as when it comes to, I don't know, chat, I don't have a lot of time for like moral judgment, right? It's not something that really it's weird how that even, you know, in people that aren't like evangelical Christians, you still see this like need to be like, well, I gotta judge you somehow. Did you have like too easy of a childhood? Maybe. Did you ride a horse when you were young? I rode a horse. I didn't like. It wasn't anything. It was some trail or something at the zoo. There was like a thing where they put the kids on a horse and they have you walk around this like area with somebody holding the leash. So, I mean, you could probably find a picture of me riding a horse, too.
I've literally never even watched a single stream of his, so personally, I don't care. But the tendency for people to lose their minds and just make shit up.
But the idea, though, is that if you are like a working class person that didn't come from money, all your mom had to work, your dad had to work, you've had to work your whole fucking life just to survive, and it hasn't been easy, and, you know, like, right, all this shit, like a person that's like that and then is like, and I want to lower taxes for the wealthy. Do you call that a hero? Because that's where that morality leads you, right? To judging somebody who, you know, Nietzsche talked about slave morality. Let's talk about cuck morality, right? I've worked hard all my life. I haven't had shit. This capitalist system has walked all over me, but I'm gonna glaze that fucking boot. That's not somebody to be admired. But this kind of shit where we're like, Hassan has a Porsche, Hassan has a house, Hassan has a designer dog. Oh my god, are we gonna get into the designer dogs, chat? I'm kind of hoping to get into the designer dogs because that sounds cool as fuck. Kaya is actually an Antifa super soldier designed for combat by some secret liberal scientist that got a grant from Bill Ayers or something, chat. That's the new I don't know. They're using dogs, chat. They're using Antifa dogs, right? Antifa designer dogs from nepo babies like Hassan Poo Poo Piker. Can somebody remind me why he was called Poo Poo again?
Whenever Hassan is involved, left me wondering, how did we get here? Ethan Klein, also known as H3, is 40 years old. He has a massive following on YouTube, and he's a pretty significant figure in the history of—
They're turning the dogs gay?
To the early days of React videos.
You know, I read a book a day not to show off. It's, again, about the knowledge.
By the way, he's got a really interesting technique for reading books, and when he says he reads one book a day, well, let's just say we'll have to redefine the word read.
Have someone else read it for you.
That's awesome. Along with his own content, Ethan's also well known for winning a landmark copyright infringement suit in 2017 filed by Matt Haas, whose video Ethan reacted to. That case was one of the first examples.
Athena Parthenon says, my brother bought a Porsche and spends all of his money and time with maintenance and issues. I've heard that about Porsches. Yeah, I've heard people say that about Porsches.
Of fair use for React content being successfully argued in court. In 2021, Ethan and Hassan started a podcast together called The Leftovers. It was a political and cultural talk show with a left-leaning slant, and the show was a huge success. Until October of 2023, when a Hamas-led terror attack targeted Israeli citizens. After the attack, Ethan and Hassan went live for an emotional episode discussing the events.
As a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old.
Ethan is an Israeli-American dual citizen and feels passionately about Israeli geopolitics. He's also married to Ela, who was born in Israel and served in the IDF. The Kleins actually even met each other in Israel. Hassan, on the other hand, is passionately in support of Palestine, and the resulting ideological differences between the two led to some on-air friction following the start of the conflict.
Bro, Their timing matters. No, let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
You know what I said, and on the day of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly.
In late October of that year, Ethan announced that the Leftovers podcast would go on hiatus.
I do feel like I'm probably going to pause Leftovers for the time being, because you know what I mean. It's just I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And after 61 episodes, the Leftovers podcast never came back. This is when the divide started to form between Ethan and Hassan. Early on, for instance, Ethan would take issue with some things that Hassan's chat was saying about him, and he criticized him for not moderating it more effectively.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just opened it, but don't.
This is something that this is probably the first time I'm trying to remember when did I I recognize that Ethan, there was stuff when they would talk about communism that Ethan did not agree with Hassan about, but he was very passive aggressive about it. He wouldn't like out and out try to, have an argument because he probably knew where that would go. I kind of like, I got that vibe that, he's kind of got that like McCarthyite, like boomer mentality where you really think that communism is evil somehow, or but maybe this was a little bit of a watershed for me, right? That shit that Ethan just said, can you please stop your chat from calling me racist? And then him not getting it when Hassan says, I can't control how people are going to perceive you when you act a certain way, right? Look at what he wants Hassan to do. And Hassan actually did a little bit of what he's asking for, right? Any House and Abby heads want to back me up in chat? I remember a lot of Hassan kind of running cover for Ethan after this, just assuring his chat like kind of chiding people for continuing to talk about the drama, assuring his chat that Ethan is a good guy. He's not, a Zionist. He's not a racist. He's not all of these things that we, that we know now he absolutely is. And Hassan probably, it's gotta have suspected at least, right? Hassan ran cover for Ethan a long time after Ethan was attacking his friends and being super passive aggressive, if not outright, like digging into him, which like, I don't know, I remember that lasting a long time. Ethan is reflecting Israel. The JVP from is that the guy from Bulwark, Snowhawk? JV, or the guy from it's Bulwark, right? It started when Hassan spoke to Dan about turning the podcast into a co-op. Oh shit. Wait. Hassan salted H3? Chat, do you know what salting is? Or like being a salt? Have you heard of this phrase? If you go and get a job somewhere because you want to organize a union there, your primary reason isn't like, I love this job, I want this job. It's like, this place needs a union and I know how to start it. Or I'm going to get connected to people who can help me start it, right? I think it's called salting. That's what Hassan was doing. I didn't realize that Hassan was salting the H3 podcast, right? He goes there for 1 week to do the leftovers, and he's like, oh yeah, you know how I run my shit? We have a bit of a co-op, right? I don't have it's not a company with employees. These are On Leftovers, the H3 crew were enamored with Hassan talking about socialism and also worker rights. Too bad he didn't go to TYT too. That would have been, isn't that weird? Chat, did anybody else find that weird? I don't know. I don't want to, rush to judgment. Like, I don't know literally why this happened, but Jink is on Hassan's podcast every year. It makes sense, I guess, if they're just going to do that like on Thanksgiving, right? That, you got a guy that has a big house in West Hollywood. Maybe you have Thanksgiving there. Maybe he has a little bit nicer of a kitchen too, right? Maybe it's a big spacious kitchen. Right. But I'm surprised that like, given like how much Hassan has sort of opened up his platform, I don't think those are the only times either, how much he's opened up his platform to, he's an assaulter. Oh no, he's a assaulter. What's it called? Is it called salter? Never heard it called salting. I've heard it referred to as salting the earth, like making the the idea is that you're salting you're like I don't know, you're dropping you're growing a union. There is the idea. I don't know why it's called salting, though. Hassan's a redneck? A little bit. On Frenemies, Ethan identified as a full-blown socialist. Wow. That's crazy. Really? As in he wasn't even just... Does he know what that means, though? He's probably thinking, social democrat. I can't imagine Ethan... But yeah, I didn't even know that about. Thank you, Kilo, for that research. I would not have known that. That's a nice catch, right? That's a nice catch.
Don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
This shit, chat. Xanderhall. When I debated, nobody remembers the Xanderhall debate, right? But when I debated Xanderhall, and it was not a fucking, there was people wanted me to debate him about the sex cult. But I had a feeling that that's what Xanderhall wanted to debate about, so I debated him about everything else. But yeah, a lot of people in the chat didn't like Xanderhall, and he was like, why aren't you banning these people? Like, I mean, it's a very fragile ego. Like, look, you came to debate, okay?
People in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your...
You have a video on your other channel about Hassan organizing H3?
chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck."
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be so?
Oh, also chat, new super chat goal. If we get to 5 super chats in the next, what is it down to now? Like 45 minutes, 52 minutes. In the next 52 minutes, I'll put a Kaya sticker onto the screen right next to the Waluigi one. So you got 52 minutes to make that happen.
To save us time, let's not get too bogged down with specifics. In a nutshell, over the course...
I used to like Zan. I'm glad I found you instead. I was, you know, a little bit, when I... This was a different time, chat. This must have been like 2018 or something. But I was like, oh my gosh, there's a guy that almost fell into the alt-right pipeline, and he plays Minecraft. Yeah, I was kind of, you know, like he was one of the first friends I made in the space. Now, that sounds weird to a lot of people. I am nothing like Xanderhall. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I feel like he was a different guy before Vosh. That being said, I mean, there's a video out. There's a hit piece on Xanderhall right now, chat. That's pretty, goes pretty hard. And yeah, it's hard to feel sorry for him. It's hard to cheer for him. He does, yeah, have a way of being so pathetic at times that you want to feel sorry for him, at least.
For the next year, the divide between Ethan and Hassan grew larger and larger. Ethan and the H3 community believed that Hassan was promoting extremist, potentially dangerous viewpoints, while Hassan and his community believed that Ethan was becoming more Zionistic over time and subtly spreading pro-Israel propaganda. The two of them would exchange jabs for months, with Ethan commonly taking to Instagram to voice his grievances, like attacking Hassan's moderator and smaller creator Frogan for her radical views, and Hassan in turn would occasionally respond on stream.
There's a difference between anti-Semitism and people coming to the assumption that Ethan might be defending Israel a little bit and therefore might have some Zionist opinions because of the past 12 months centering himself as he looks to...
Can you imagine a world, chat, in which Hassan is around? Well, I guess he was around, right? In some way. What if Xanderhall had ended up emulating Hassan instead of Vosh, right? I don't know. It could have been, maybe it's bad. Maybe Xanderhall just does not have a mind for analysis at all. And whatever he does, even if it's like, you know, towards a good end, it's going to be cringe. I don't know.
Ban prominent pro-Palestinian voices off the platform with ridiculous smears that they are being anti-Semitic.
While all this is going on, around the end of 2024, Ethan also began discussing a perceived anti-Semitism problem on Twitch. According to Ethan, Hassan and his associates are prime examples of anti-Semitic content being unfairly allowed on the platform, and he called for Dan Clancy, Twitch's CEO, to step down. We'll talk about this part more later, but I did want to note that this is around the same time that Dan Saltman, CEO of Redact, began his campaign against Twitch's perceived anti-Semitism problem. By the start of 2025, tensions had gotten pretty high. To the extent that the H3 show covered politics, their conversations centered more so around Israel and anti-Semitism rather than the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
It feels like where it was during the war and the Holocaust. It's reminiscent of that time.
Do I need to go into the laws that they passed in Germany regarding laws that basically excluded Jewish people from social existence? That's how it is right now? That's how you feel like? What the fuck? That is crazy.
Always said, like, I have no idea how the Holocaust could happen. It just makes no sense. And now I see it. I see how it happened.
And Ethan would also regularly take to Instagram to go to war with H3 Snark, a subreddit dedicated to A-logging and talking shit about primarily Ethan and Hila.
Yeah, it could not be more ironic.
And in January, Ethan released the Content Nuke, a 102-minute-long deconstruction of Hassan's content, including further allegations of Hassan and those around him being anti-Semitic and essentially promoting terrorism. After the Content Nuke, things started to...
Zach talking, yeah, back in the war. Yeah, like he was a World War II veteran. He's part of Easy, what is it called, chat? Easy Battalion or whatever?
Go off the rails. In March, a pair of noteworthy things happened to Ethan. On one occasion, he had a pair of human skulls ordered online and sent to his house. And on another, a CPS call was made to his house after Ethan shared a story on the H3 podcast about his family contracting a parasite.
This morning, we got a visit from Child Protective Services. I told this story on the show a few weeks ago about how when we adopted Olive, she had Giardia. And then Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have Giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc.
Then in June of last year, Ethan revealed that he had registered the content nuke with the US Library of Congress, and that he's filing copyright infringement lawsuits against Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron. 3 Hassan-adjacent creators who—
Sorry, Easy Company. That's what I was trying to say.
Who, according to Ethan, reacted to the nuke in a non-transformative way. And that's kind of loosely where we're at. What started as a political disagreement has spiraled into 3 copyright lawsuits, a campaign to financially harm Twitch and by consequence its creators, and a long, bitter, and kind of pathetic feud where you will be forced to pick a side. But before you pick a side, while you may feel some sympathy for Ethan because of the very real harassment that he's faced, or maybe you just agree with his takes on Israel or anti-Semitism, we have to make sure we don't forget—
I don't know, chat. Is it really real harassment that he's faced? This whole thing, if it was anybody else but Ethan Klein, I would just take his word for it. Like, right? A skull showed up at your house. Okay. Sure. The thing is, there's no way to know, right? Like, who sent these things and what was their motivation? Because there is every chance that the person sending the skulls, that the person calling CPS was somebody that was trying to assist Ethan's victim narrative. I hate to say it, but it's true. We cannot rule that out. I don't think we should jump to that conclusion. Again, we don't have evidence to prove that, but you cannot, I don't think you can rule it out.
Forget about.
Just given how bad faith and dishonest this guy has been, you cannot rule out that this was like, I mean, I'm not saying like he did it himself, but that this was somebody on their side trying to play up. Because again, there's no way in hell that CPS is going to come out to, his mansion, okay, and decide to take his kids away. If they came out to the mansion and things were really like there was a kid with a dog poop in their mouth, like they're smoking lawn cigars. I feel like even in that situation, right, even the worst case scenario, the worst interpretation of what, the Giardia rant, right, I think they would still be like, all right, well, no, listen, we came out to your house today, Mr. and Mrs. Klein, and what we found was unacceptable. Now we're going to return in 2 weeks. These are the things that I need you to change. These are the things that we got to... We're going to come back in 2 weeks. I swear to God, they get infinite chances. You know how America works? It's a very different system of justice if you're rich or if you're poor. And I would guess that CPS is the exact same, it's not even, you could say it's institutional on some level, sure, but it's almost beyond that. It's almost just like our perception of like, a place where a child would be in danger. The platonic ideal is gonna be, something like out of The Simpsons, making fun of, I can't remember the names of these characters, chat, but like it's gonna be, a stereotype of the, poor person living in a double wide. 100% CPS will ignore some vile shit if you're rich and white. Yeah, or at least give you a chance to. They'll have more faith that you can fix it, right? If you come out and it's like, not to. Cletus, I think, is the character from The Simpsons, right? If you come out, if a CPS comes out and it's like, Cletus is the dad, right? They're going to be a lot more quick on that trigger to actually pull those kids out of there than they are for somebody like Ethan Klein. So, again, I mean, I don't think we can really know. And that's the whole thing. And it shouldn't change, right? What the thing that where it really goes off, right, is where Ethan Klein's claim of victimization, right? Everybody who's criticizing me, called CPS, right? Denham's called CPS. Frogan called CPS. They all called CPS, right? They all called CPS, and just this the ability of him to weaponize this shit is disgusting. And the fact that it's like allows them to be like, okay, granted, right? If I knew about like a large content creator that was suing a small content creator over copyright and it was a live stream, you reacted and disagreed with my video in a live stream, right? Usually people would come at that motherfucker with torches and pitchforks, right? We gotta protect YouTube. That is I've been saying this for the longest time. That is how the commentary community used to operate, right? They were very protective. There were rules, and it was for everybody. Nobody crosses this line, right? Because once we start weaponizing copyright claims against each other, it's the fucking whole thing is over, right? You can't do commentary when you're worried about getting, you know, a claim that's gonna fucking end your career. The dipshit is registered his video at the Library of Congress to try to get statutory damages against you, right? It's a chilling effect that what Ethan is producing here, and I don't think that the commentary community has the audience has really caught up with that fact.
The most important thing in the whole situation, which is that when it comes to Ethan's narrative, this is all complete bullshit. If you can look past some of the political disagreement and analyze the Ethan and Hassan conflict in its entirety, it's pretty clear that Ethan is an insecure, neurotic, vindictive liar. And his crusades against Twitch and Hassan and subreddits, these are all just dishonest missions to silence people who are saying things about him that he doesn't like. What's worse is that this clown show is being encouraged and facilitated by a host of hacks and other liars around Ethan that have attached themselves to him, sometimes just to—
See, chat, this is what makes me want to like really crank my AC, right? Just so I won't look like this. Just so I won't look like I'm right? It's become somehow being sweaty has become like, I don't know. Well, wait, doesn't this guy have like a allegation against? This is the Cam guy, right? Cam something. I think this guy has like some allegations against him. So if that's what being sweaty is, chat, do I look sweaty right now? Like you can tell by my hair. You can tell my hair is like not like completely dry, and yeah, it like makes it look just bad and everything. I don't know.
Their own dishonest agendas against Hassan. Now, normally I wouldn't really care that much if a bunch of lying freaks all band together to help each other out with their controversies. That's—
Oh, okay. Wait, what's this guy's name? Oh my god, chat, I don't know Marvel shit. I don't know Marvel shit nearly well enough. Why is this guy being followed by bees? I should know. Why does he have a turd on his face? I don't know, chat. Is this some South Park shit? I don't know. You know that it was Keffels that started this whole Wiggler thing? They are all just imitating Keffels. And what's funny is that like Queeman was one of the first to adopt it because he didn't like, he wanted to, you know, he wasn't on stream very often. Like his face, he wouldn't go on camera very often. But it feels like Queeman doesn't do it as much. And now it's like Nick. It's always DeOreo with the Wiggler. A turd. I thought it must be a mustache. I mean, it's not straight, is it? Like it feels like it's got weight to it. Like it's gonna roll off his face. Like he's got a turd and he's got his lips all, you know, like when you're trying to keep like a spoon on your. You ever do that as a kid? Like for some reason at the table you do weird things with silverware. You like put it right there and you're like, oh, look at this! I could hold the silverware right here. I don't understand. I don't know why my sister and I were like that. We would do or then try. What's the thing where you try to balance like a spoon on your nose? We must have been terrible to try to
kind of to be expected. But what elevates my distaste for
try to parent
this stuff, and what should elevate yours, is that standards of behavior that have long been widely held on the internet are being totally abandoned, all in the name of Hassan bad. Historically, things like lying, harassment, calls to the platform, or abusing copyright would get you absolutely torn to shreds.
Wait. Can we go back to this? I want to be really clear about why he is I want to be really clear about why he's got Keffels here, right?
Totally abandoned.
I don't think it's for nothing. And again, like chat, I'm trying to walk the line here. All right. Hassan is like, you know, Hassan has given this video a shout out. You can see him now sort of interacting with some of the commentary accounts on the non-anti-Hassan side of the commentary war. But I'm being a little careful, right? I'm trying to be real clear on, like, you know, where different commentary creators come from, what they stand for, because I don't want this to just be like just like saying Hassan bad has become like a I don't know, it's like a key into a Willy Wonka world of like you know, just apolitical content creators, as he's saying. Like, I don't, you know, I'm not trying to make Hassan good a pass into the left, right? That's the concern, right? And understand, part of this is to be a contrarian. Being a contrarian's a tradition. It's not even as bad as it sounds. Destiny's like an annoying contrarian to try to make money. A lot of commentary channels, they'll just, you know, like if it seems like everybody's got one opinion, then people are like, well, what about the other opinion? And they think about it, and they make a video, and maybe they shed new light on that. Stop the stupidity with the 10 gifted memberships. Wow. Wow, indeed. I need to read these off, right? Rosalina 540, you just got weaseled. Jaded, you just got weaseled. CJ Tons, you just got weaseled. Random Dudoski, you just got weaseled. JMZTHL, you just got weaseled. Spiral Dynamics, you just got weaseled. Flojo 10310, you just got weaseled. Charlotte 4482, you just got weaseled. Amanda Baudry, Amanda, I hope I'm saying your name right. Amanda Baudry, you just got weaseled, and that is a good thing. And thank you for thank you. Look at that, YouTube is in a commanding lead at this point as far as memberships go. But yeah, I just want to make sure to understand, like that we don't play like a shell game, right? Where it's like, you know, you got DeOreo, Hassan bad, you got I don't know, whoever, you know, J-Stalk, Hassan good, and you sort of switch these around until you're like, yeah, like same thing, right? J-Stalk, NCC, same thing. No, not exactly. I think even J-Stalk would tell you that as well. Hopefully. Okay, you still want me to read this? Wait, are you saying the same thing in Thai?
All in the name of Hassan bad. Historically, things like lying, harassment, calls to the platform, or abusing copyright would get you absolutely torn to shreds. But when it comes to Ethan and all his yes men, everyone all of a sudden seems to be okay with those things. And it's just because of who's on the other side. Ethan Klein isn't the originator of the mass derangement about Hassan, but his situation has given some of the most annoying drama slop tubers the perfect vehicle to pretend to have political opinions, escalate their grudges, and in the process, smash all standards of behavior for political and commentary creators. So today we're going to recognize some of these creators for their contributions to this online culture shift. One where truth doesn't matter, there are no bad tactics, only bad targets, and anything goes as long as you win. These are the Weasley Little Liar Awards.
There we go, the Weasley Little Liar Awards. So again, that's a Hassan meme. I mean, I guess, like, if I was to interpret why is Kilo, like, I don't know. Well, that's not how I say thank you, Rusty. I say Kapkun Ka. I don't say, but yeah, I just haven't had time to look at what you're saying. But I guess the appropriate response, Mai Bin Rai Ka.
Starting with Ethan Klein.
Okay, so yeah, we're properly into the Ethan segment. So yeah, what he does is he, you know, kind of, so you know, this is going to be a 4-hour video on all of the Weasley Little Liars out there, starting with Ethan Klein. Obviously, it's probably the biggest subject that he's got, because the Weasliest of the Little Liars is Ethan Klein himself. Can't believe they do this in the to the good name of Weasel. That's the issue. I don't know. We gotta have a conversation with Hassan on this on his Weasley. I was like, Hassan, could you choose a different animal, perhaps? Did the video just start? I mean, pretty much, Tanky Gooner. Pretty much the part that we're zeroing in on here is Ethan. Why is that? Because it's a 4-hour video. We got to take it in chunks if we're going to see it at all. And we need to, so yeah, chat, dude was so fucking weird and obsessed. He was caught screenshotting a photo of Anissa while sitting at a poker table. Wait, what? Ethan did? But yeah, chat, just in case, wait, I'm gonna try to click this. There we go. That's what Rusty's been trying to say. Kapkun ka. Sorry, that's Kapkun ka. Kapkun ka is probably, if you're a guy, how you would say it. Some people like to really hit the R, so it can sometimes be like Kapkun krap, right? You could roll that R just a little bit if you want to. Don't be too excessive with the R. But you can acknowledge the R, or you can just let the R just kind of, you know, be back there on your tongue, right? With a kap kun. So kap kun, thank you, right? Ka, how the polite form, the polite participle that you put on the end of the sentence as a woman, and kap kun krap or kap kun kap as a guy. So there you go. I'm assuming, yeah, isn't that interesting? You gender yourself in Thai, both in terms of that participle, whether you say ka or krap, and also whether you say palm or chan for the word I. But if you're talking about somebody else, like you, kun. You're kun, whether you're a man or a woman or anything. I call you second person kun. As third person, right? Cow, right? Man, woman, doesn't matter. Cow, they. Or yeah, it's basically they. Thailand doesn't have. I mean, actually, I think there are forms of the pronoun that do gender, but like the main one that you use would be cow, and then us, rao, right? But yeah, you're gendering yourself via that little part right at the end, the krap or the ka. Language is making me hungry. Me too.
This is a lie.
Yeah, it does not look.
This is a disgusting fucking lie. And here on the H3 show, we tell the truth. And soon we're going to be able to do that. So I'm really very grateful and excited for that. Because I am honest to a fault, Dan. I'll have you know.
Yeah, no, that I'm aware of.
I would never, I don't lie, but some people do lie. Name one thing I've ever lied about. You can't. I'm allergic to lying.
Bro, I'm truthful in every...
Do you know who else said this recently? That Destiny Orbiter, the one that talks about having a OCD where you think that you might be a pedo, like the POCD, and that the therapist's recommendation for that was just watch Loli and you'll should work. Anyway, this is food shops we're talking about. I think in the midst of whatever said, like, I am incapable of lying. I cannot lie. I do not lie.
Fucking conceivable way. I feel like I'm honest to a fault. I'm not a liar. I don't believe in lying. I would never lie to you. I've never lied. I am not a liar. I feel like I've never lied about anything in my whole career.
I wish you were more of a liar. It would probably save us a...
I mean, what you're trying to say is that, like, look, I'm not a person who tries to lie, right? Everybody lies in terms of, like, predicting the future. You know, I will go to Thai class tomorrow, and then tomorrow I get food poisoning, and I'm barfing all over the place. Maybe I lied. With no bad intent. There's so many things.
When I started researching for this video, I already knew that Ethan had been dishonest about some things throughout his feud with Hassan, but I was a little surprised to learn just how long of a history Ethan has of dishonesty. A very clear and repeated pattern of it, in fact. Now, you'll very rarely catch Ethan in a direct, overt lie. What happens far more commonly is that Ethan will kind of just say things. He makes statements about other people or ongoing situations as though they're a fact, when he has no evidence to be saying the thing that he's saying. For instance, back in 2021, there was this whole falling out between Ethan and his former podcast co-host, Trisha Paytas. During the breakup, Ethan made this tweet where he claimed that Trisha had accused him of sexually harassing her, which it kind of gives off this, like, I'm being falsely Me Too'd kind of vibe, right? But in the video Ethan's responding to, which is this one, Trisha doesn't really say anything like that. This video is pretty much just about Ethan bringing up topics like her sexual assault, medical history, and other things that supposedly triggered her. Trisha responded to Ethan on Twitter by saying she didn't even think he had watched her video, and given how far off he was, it's entirely possible that Ethan just read the title and went nuts. The only time Trisha even remotely approaches suggesting sexual harassment was when she complained that Ethan was sexualizing her beauty products.
None of it felt right. Being sexualized, my skincare being sexualized, you know, none of it felt right.
After Ethan watched the video, here's how he responded to that claim.
Did she say I sexually harassed her? No, she didn't say that, but she said I was making everything sexual. I was making her beauty products sexual. I feel like she really tried her app. She tried to ruin my life, my reputation, my business.
And this is what Trisha was referring to.
This is your self-love in a bottle.
Why
the
was that
facial
sexual?
What?
Look at you're like, oh, like
No,
it's like a it was like a money shot.
Every
Watch how
morning
she
and
squirts
night.
this shit.
This is your self-love.
Oh, yeah. Also kind of phallic.
What?
You say, Trish, what's the secret? And then you show like a foul. It looks like a cock.
What?
Balls and cock.
What are you talking about?
Look, 2 balls and a cock. It's like a giant
oh my
phallus.
God. It's the products in the
Bro,
thing.
it's literally a penis.
I'll come
Is there
bareface.
jizz in your makeup?
If I had a makeup wipe, I'd take
Is
my
there
makeup off.
semen in your makeup?
Huh?
Is there semen in your makeup?
No.
I don't even care that Ethan did this. I mean, yeah, that looks like dick and balls. But Ethan acted so disgusted at the idea that he would do something like that, and said that Trisha must have been trying to ruin his reputation. The irresponsibility of Ethan's reaction is—
Wait, I'm sorry, Ethan called this a false Me Too? Look, if like if they, I'm pretty sure Ethan and Trish talk about sexual stuff on main like all the time. So I'm not gonna say that this is like an example of that, but yeah, somebody could be like, if you were, you know, doing a collab with somebody and like, oh, it looks like a dick and balls. Oh, is there jizz in the, is that the secret of the beauty cream? Is it that way it's good for the skin? Because it's actually semen. Like if somebody just like could not get off of sex, right, and it was making you uncomfortable, yeah, you'd be well within your right to, you know, terminate that relationship and say I was uncomfortable, right? And that's not you saying that I thought he was gonna, you know, R-word me. That's not you doing a false Me Too. That's just how a fucking normal person reacts to something like that.
what led to many H3 fans believing that Trisha accused him of actual sexual assault, and they might still believe that to this day. You might call what Ethan did here a false accusation.
He's lying.
It's a false.
That Trisha didn't accuse him of sexual harassment. Would it really have been that crazy if she had?
Well, a ton of the comments said things like,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Wait, what is this?
He's lying.
But while Ethan did acknowledge that Trisha didn't accuse him of sexual harassment, would it really have been? You might still believe that to this day. You might call what Ethan did here a false accusation.
He's lying.
So the saying that she was doing a false accusation when it's not exactly an allegation, it's definitely not false.
But while Ethan did acknowledge that Trisha didn't accuse him of sexual harassment, would it really have been that crazy if she had?
well, a ton of the comments said things like talking about my mom's breasts and asking if I was breastfed because they heard in a previous episode Ethan talking about my mom's breasts in detail.
Her mommy milkers.
Yes, right. Yeah, to quote Ethan, I believe.
So I was hoping you could help me.
I can help you. I'd love to help you,
Okay.
actually. I've actually dreamed of helping you. What happened to your hand, buddy? Jerking off too hard? Is that a masturbation injury? She has tried to penetrate him with a scrappy.
Stop. Don't need to bring it up all the time.
Wait, are they talking about, is he talking about iDubbbz? Does he actually, has he watched like, I don't know how much iDubbbz and Anissa talk about their sex life. I don't know where Ethan is just going into his head canon because iDubbbz is supposedly a cuck that like, now he's getting like, pegged or something.
I mean, what, my third time since I
Third
learned
time
about it?
in 3 days.
There's this guy, Brad the Bull, who's like railing his wife, but that's neither here nor there.
Hassan's the type of
Is he talking about that's the quartering, right? Yeah.
dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. That's funny.
Okay, that was weird when you said that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just because if you were Hassan, you'd watch yourself in the mirror. That's why you're saying that, right? You're like,
I thought it was funny.
Well, I'm sure, but
It's like
made me uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like it.
Just a lot of volume. Because when you're eating pussy, you need to make sure that.
Oh, you went to Italy for how long?
4 weeks.
You went to Italy. You guys stayed in touch. No strange Italian dick, I'm assuming.
No.
Have you seen your dad naked? Does Ian walk around naked? If you had privacy, would you walk around naked? Butt ass naked?
By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm going to fuck him for her? Because she's the cuck?
You know, the first time.
he's gonna have sex with. Wait, why is she the cuck? Where did this? I don't even know where this whole thing got started. Is it because she does like she did like certain content like on online and so that's where it is. Yeah, is that part of why people started like getting weird towards iDubbbz? Because like as a fucking Manosphere adjacent dude bro commentary creator, you are supposed to not want, like, you're supposed to be very possessive about your woman, and like so the fact that iDubbbz lets Anissa like do her work is like taken as he likes for other men to do stuff to Anissa while he masturbates furiously in the closet.
Time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke,
it
hit really good.
Well,
And I feel like each subsequent one we're getting further and further.
What was wrong with the one with that? I thought that
it just sounded weird, kind of creepy.
Yeah, well, at first it was like the when he just said that, was that the first one? Like, I wasn't sure what he was, if he was saying I thought he was trying to say he was gonna have sex with Anissa, right? Wait, or did he say what? Oh my god, I'm so confused. No, he's gonna fuck iDubbbz to make Anissa the cuck. Okay, that's it. Okay, got it.
Okay, if you're gonna constantly joke around like that with people you know personally, including your own employees, you don't get to react like this when you think.
Tanky Gooner says she just made it up because she did sex work. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. That's what I was thinking this was gonna be. Is he supposedly a comedian? He does call himself. He has called himself a comedian. He has called himself, I think, a funny man, and he's really neither. There is comedy or attempts at comedy that go on the H3 podcast, but most of it is like not like any of the comedy, adjacent to Ethan is going to be laughing at him more than it's going to be laughing with him. I mean, like, that's his style, right? He makes the old man joke, he makes the boomer pun, and everybody groans, right? That's like half of the humor. It's like, wow, Ethan is making dad jokes. People tell me that Ethan used to be funny. I've never seen any evidence of it. I mean, do you think he'd do you think he'd copyright claim me for showing you the what is it called? The Vape Nation? Like the shit that like I think did like numbers was Vape Nation, right? He pretended to be this obsessive like weed guy that likes to vape and go around town and just like be inappropriate and high everywhere. And then he did something where he was like, I've invented the perfect vaporizer. And it was this like big ass device that you had to like, you had to put it like strap over your neck to carry, like you basically wear this thing, right? And he was bragging about it's got like 69 batteries, or I don't remember. I mean, it got views, it got laughs, but you could make your own mind up as far as whether you think it's funny. Schrodinger's comedian, only a comedian when he says something bigoted and hateful.
There might be a case of sexual harassment. Anyway, that was just one of what might have been many potential examples of Ethan misrepresenting things during the fallout with his former co-host. But their breakup was a total shit show, and it's possible Trisha isn't the most reliable person either, so maybe you're willing to give Ethan some grace with this one. Understandable. But what about the
I mean, look, the thing about Trish, though, we talk about like kayfabe politics with people like Donald Trump, how Trump is not held up to the same standard. Trish, I believe, was a YouTuber at a time when it was common to just like kind of wild out on your YouTube. Like, I think Trish has said some fucked up shit, some racist shit, some slurs, and like the explanation for it all was that like, oh no, this just like this was how you had to be at the time to be a popular YouTuber, right? You had to constantly, catch people's attention. So coming from that world, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that like Trish is more of a character. Like when you're doing content with Trish, you're doing content with the Trish persona rather than Trish Paytas herself. I don't know. Is that part of the issue? Is that like Hassan is a political creator, and as such, you can't be a character, right? As a political content creator, unless you are J-Reg. You could probably do it as J-Reg, right? The guy that talks about the levels of irony and just like kind of more like entertainment political content. I say as I react to the drama slap video on Ethan Klein. But there's something about like what Hassan does where like so whereas Ethan can be like a character, and part of like the attraction to H3 is that Ethan's a piece of shit, and it's like it's like almost like a sitcom. Does it kind of have like a sitcom feeling where the dad and the mom are like fucked up, and a lot of the kids, a lot of the humor is just the kids like dealing with them? Like that's what it feels like. It feels like the crew is the kids. Ethan and Hila are the mommy and the daddy, and they're like Peg and Al Bundy sort of, right? Whereas Hassan, Hassan is a character. He doesn't scream in real life. True. Wait, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. Remember a video of Trish eating pizza off the floor wearing a MAGA hat? God damn. All right, we're gonna get through this.
Defamation lawsuit that was filed against Ethan by Ryan Kavanaugh. In 2021, Ethan was sued by Triller, which one of Kavanaugh's companies had a controlling interest in. The lawsuit was related to the H3 podcast, streaming clips from a boxing match between Jake Paul and Ben Askren, which was a pay-per-view event that Triller owned the exclusive rights to. Now, Ethan did admit to pirating the fight in DMs with Philip DeFranco, saying that he didn't want to financially support Jake Paul, who'd been credibly accused of sexual assault. But the lawsuit was specifically for copyright, especially given that Ethan had shown on screen an unlisted link to a full upload of the fight. Ethan objected strongly to this lawsuit, essentially suggesting that it was frivolous and he was being unfairly singled out. One thing he noted was that Triller had been dropping most of their other lawsuits against actually potentially illegal restreaming sites. But most of those sites they didn't have strong evidence against, whereas Ethan broadcast the fight and a link to it on a recorded livestream. Triller also made it known that they would be taking an aggressive approach to suing people who pirated or redistributed their product, and Ethan wasn't the only content creator they pursued to that end. But his frustrations and public statements about the case led to a series of additional lawsuits between him and Triller, which Ethan Klein chose to respond to by beginning to disparage Ryan Kavanaugh on the H3 podcast for months on end. Ethan would go live and vent his frustrations with Triller and Kavanaugh dozens of times over the course of the next several months, but the attacking quickly started to veer into
H3 is the scat fetish of podcasts. I don't know. Rafe, what do you think? Like how long does the scat thing go back? Were there like Ethan and Hila story? Yeah, there was. The one I remember is like they tell the story of, and this is why I didn't take the Giardia thing. I've always said that I thought that there's a chance that he embellished the Giardia story for comedic effect. Because of stories like the like how he so supposedly he gets the ring, he puts the ring in a tissue box, right? So that when you pull out the next tissue, you'll get the ring with it, right? And he's somehow like, or was it toilet paper? And then he somehow is like, he's on the toilet and he's like, Hila, I need the tissue paper. I'm in the bathroom. And she didn't want to come in because he's pooping, right? She's like, he's like, no, I really need it. And like, so she grabs it and she gives it to him, but she doesn't even like realize what's in there, right? and somehow I don't know, it's like, you know, that's the kind of content that they did, and they get like tens of millions of views on that. I kid you not, right? Tens of millions of views on stories like I proposed to my wife on the toilet, right? That's the kind of, so there is like a little bit of a poopy vibe to it. The first H3 video was made for Ela's University. It was a scat joke. Oh, her project. Yeah.
Pretty weird territory. Ethan
He for sure does have a scat fetish.
became quite fixated on Ryan's ex-wife, for instance, and he'd routinely do bits on the show about her and her new husband, including detailed descriptions of their hypothetical sexual activity.
Look how big the bull is, though, man. He probably plows the shit out of her, dude. Brad fucking rails her hard. Imagine getting railed by that, dude.
Now, as far as I know, this kind of shit, you cannot, you know, him just speculating that your, you know, wife is having sex with some guy. I don't think there's anything. What did he actually go after? Did he get, it was copyright? Was the Kavanaugh case, was there like no, there was a defamation element, right? There was definitely a defamation, but it wasn't, some of the nastier stuff that he said is just like not going to be covered by defamation. But at the same time, you know, when you realize that you're fucked and Ryan's going to win the case and your lawyer advises you to settle, right, you're going to get a worse deal when you know, when you were saying, calling this guy a cuck in 800 different ways. Girl Friday on Tuesday with the super chat. You gotta put, wait, what is this? I gotta pull up Spencer Pratt campaign commercial next. It's outrageous in the kind of commercial that in normal times would be illegal. Wait, what happened? What's with this commercial? And thank you for the super chat. Also, I gotta make sure to let me know. Did I put the 30 minutes back on the timer, right? Looking for this to see if the last sub ad time message from me says 30M. Oh, Magenta with the watch streak. That is a 10 stream streak. I can't believe they do this to the good name of Weasel. I am trying to find, when is the last time I typed in Twitch, and I don't think I put the 30 minutes on there, chat. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I added yeah, so when you donate to the stream, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift your membership, like if you gift a membership, like Stop the Stupidity, I will put some time back on the ticker for you, right? So it makes the stream last longer, and I didn't do that yet. We're at 1 out of 5 on the Kaya sticker with 10 minutes left on that. Let me add, so yeah, I don't think I did. Let me look and make sure there's no, yeah, because I'm pink, right? I'm like one of the only, or not pink, I'm magenta. I'm like only one of the magenta names. Magenta, do you know that your name on Twitch is purple? You could be magenta. It could be magenta color if you. Okay, no. I have not added it. Here we go. Sub ad time. Sub ad time. 30M. Look at that. And that is the power. Wait. Did it do? Did I type something wrong? Sub ad time. This has done it before. The last time this happened, it added double. Okay, it just added single. I don't know what happened. Maybe I misspelled something. No, I didn't misspell something. It's buggy, that's all. And then for Girl Friday on Tuesday, sub ad time 5 minutes. Okay, so we add 5 minutes to the ticker. Did it? Nope. Let's try that again. Sub ad time. Gotta press 5M and boom. And yeah, we got the sound of, wait. The sound of continuity. That's what that is. and the sound of a bonus stream after my Thai class tonight. That's looks like what we're working on here.
Your wife is getting railed by a giant fucking Israeli dude with jacked, huge Jewish cock, and your wife loves it. You stand in the closet and listen as your dick is in a cock cage.
And while we're here, I think it's worth noting that Ryan separated from his ex-wife in 2020, a year before the lawsuit was even filed. So
it's an AI video supporting Spencer Pratt's AI mayoral campaign. It's gone viral. Spencer is dressed up like ICE. Wait, has ICE dressed up as DSA? And what? And Joe Rogan is in it? Joe Rogan like is in the AI ad. Can they just put you like can Joe Rogan opt out of that? Does Joe Rogan, like, if they put him in an AI ad, does he have to just be like, okay, or can he be like,
she and her new husband had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Rogan endorsed it. Okay, so this is Rogan's candidate for real.
But Ethan and his community had no hesitation in involving her in their smear campaign.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is not, sorry, Brad the Bull. So this is the, I mean, this is the kind of shit that they're saying about the quartering right now. There's some friend of the quartering and his wife that they're like, he's the bull. He plows quartering's wife, right? I guess this is somebody that was, so you just find like a personal, is this her personal trainer maybe or something? Like what is actually the story behind Brad the Bull? I'm guessing this is like a friend of his. So yeah, if your wife has male friends, guys, then you are a cuck, according to fucking the manosphere, right? You gotta separate her from those friends, right? She's not allowed to have any friends. She can only have female friends if she's married. That's how marriage works, right? Wow. I mean, like, this is the whole thing. Like, I mean, I don't chide people for making cuck jokes about the quartering or, you know, Ryan Kavanaugh is probably a piece of shit too. But I do kind of worry about like reinforcing these like these unconscious beliefs about like, yeah, a real man keeps his woman away from other men, or a real man like isolates his wife, right? I don't know. It's like, wow, this is not leading anywhere good. Anyway,
against her former husband. And when I say involved, I mean directly. The incessant mentioning of Kavanaugh's ex-wife led H3 fans.
They're business partners with the wife and Brad. Wait, they are business partners with the wife and Brad. Then I think they got married. Wait, Kavanaugh is business partners with the wife and Brad, and then so he did like. Actually, she divorced Kavanaugh and married this guy, but who is he to her? Just a business partner?
To start brigading her and her new husband's Instagram page, where they left tons of very weird and hypersexual comments.
I was probably getting 20 to 30,000 death threats.
Gallaspar, you might be right. I thought the courting was into that stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
Telling them to go after my ex-wife, who's my best friend and mother of my child. She was getting death threats. They were just, I mean, it was to the point where I couldn't ignore it anymore.
And again, these two were not involved.
He kind of looks like he could be a Harkonnen.
In the lawsuit.
Like, he's not the Baron, but he could be like the Baron's, I don't know, younger brother or something.
Any way whatsoever. But not only that, Kavanaugh himself claims to have had almost nothing to do with it personally.
And it went after, I don't know, 5 or 6 sites. I kind of wasn't involved.
Do you think Frank Herbert just hates gingers, maybe?
I just, you know, they were doing it. And then one day, someone called me and said, you know, this guy's like just trashing on you on his podcast. I'm like, I've never heard of this guy. Why would he be doing that? And they're like, they say
they're business partners, as in started a firm together. Okay, so wife Brad and Cav started a firm together. Wife and Brad are business partners. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah. Okay, I got it. So this is the wife's business partner, not Cav's business partner, but she did end up divorcing Cav, and she married the partner.
You're suing him. And I'm like, I've never heard of him. Why would I sue him? Needless to say, I kind of ignored it. And then over the next month, they're like, this guy's done like 30 podcasts on me. And then it was like 50.
Isn't that crazy? If you're not a very online person and Ethan gets obsessed with you, I mean, like, again, Ryan Kavanaugh is probably a piece of shit from everything I've heard. He is, right? But can you just imagine that just being like a non-online person, and then somebody's like, yeah, this guy's talking about you on YouTube, and you're like, all right, whatever. He mentioned me on a YouTube video. No. He's like really talking about you. Like he says you look like Harvey Weinstein. He's made several websites stating as much. He's got this whole, he's entertaining his chat with this whole lore of, you getting cucked. Like I don't think that like most people would like anticipate how hard Ethan goes in one of these when he's mad, right? And if you're not online to see it, then like what is it like? It's just like completely does Ethan Klein look like John Wayne Gacy exists? Is that Kilo's website maybe?
Went so far as making an entire website dedicated to comparing Kavanaugh to convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein.
Our website about Ryan Kavanaugh.
Does Ryan Kavanaugh look like Harvey Weinstein?
Oh, that's the one.
To date, Ryan Kavanaugh has been mentioned on the H3 podcast in at least 156 different episodes, many of which came after Ryan retaliated against them by filing a defamation suit against Ethan. That case specifically cited comments that Ethan repeatedly made about Ryan's business operating as a Ponzi scheme, which Ethan sourced from a 2019 article from Variety. The issue there is that Variety had amended this article within 24 hours after it was posted, including a full retraction from the original person who called Ryan's business a Ponzi scheme. Now, it seems like this case was ultimately settled outside of court, but Ethan was forced to issue an on-stream apology after the court rejected his motion to dismiss the case, finding that he had been aware of the retraction but repeatedly restated the false assertion anyway over the following months.
You're a liar, you lie.
I skipped some of the crazier details about this story, like how Ethan supposedly paid editors to constantly monitor Kavanaugh's Wikipedia page and insert more negative information about him.
They said, I won this lawsuit against the guy who propagated it and who's paying to have all these editors do this. The appeal will be held this summer and he'll have to take it all down. We went to a mediation and he agreed to even do it, which is why I know I already knew he controlled it, but he admitted it.
But either way, even if you think Trisha is a crazy person or Ryan Kavanaugh is an asshole, Ethan has still shown that he's willing to misrepresent claims, falsely attribute things to others, and even outright defame people that he doesn't like. This kind of stuff is a favorite pastime for Ethan. He likes
Okay, so yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about, Girl Friday Tuesday, as far as the Spencer Pratt video. The right wing loves this, right? The first video, Rubin Report, then I got Benny Johnson, Sky News Australia, right? This is like I don't know, is it that embarrassing? Because it looks like the right wing are embracing whatever the fuck this is. All right, let's look at it.
A dystopian scene playing out in this viral AI-generated video that's adding fuel to an already fiery race for the next mayor of Los Angeles. It depicts a burning Hollywood sign and Republican mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt, a former reality TV star, as a Batman-like character.
What reality show?
While his Democratic foes hosting a lavish dinner are portrayed in an unflattering light, to say the least. Democratic incumbent Mayor Karen Bass looks like the Joker. Democratic challenger Nithya Raman as a puppet.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom as royalty.
There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, other celebrities.
Oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy. The idea that like, yeah, you know what? Like, yeah, Gavin Newsom and now look, if you want to say that the Democrats in California are out of touch, aristocratic, like pompous assholes, I actually agree with you. Gavin's a great example of that. But is he because he's too nice to homeless people? Nope. It's kind of the opposite. On every single one of these things, the Democrats are trying to carve out this middle path, and they're getting slimed as being what they should be. Like, as actually, like the criticism is like, it's not what Gavin Newsom is. It's like the perception of, well, I would think a Democratic governor would be concerned with the homeless. And, you know, maybe that's the problem. There's too much concern. People are too nice to the homeless. Yeah. Yeah. If we be like other states and we fucking violate their rights, maybe they'll go back home to one of the states that probably bust them in, right? Because that's why California has the homeless population it does, literally because other states bust them in, and because traditionally they've been less like cruel to homeless people than other states. So that's crazy.
Also making appearances, the political parody racking up millions of views online. And if you think it's a glimpse into the future of political messaging, welcome to 2026. It's now. Even former Florida Governor Jeb...
Oh, I see. The DSA people were supposed to be Antifa.
Calling it maybe the best political ad of the year. But it's not clear this is exactly a political ad. It was made by Menace Studio, a production company that says it's pioneering synthetic images. The founder posting the evening of May 4th, quote, "I think I have to make a Spencer Pratt ad," and then dropping this video the next morning, perhaps a sign of how quickly such content can be produced. Neither the company nor the Pratt campaign responded to our request for comment on who paid for or commissioned the work. Spencer Pratt retweeted the video. Bass, Rahman, and Newsom did not immediately respond to our request.
It's like backwards. The other thing I wanted to say is that, like, yeah, even though the Democrats, so I mean, we talk about the Kasparian effect, right? This is what happens when wealthy people on the coast you know, just get like radicalized for some reason, right? They don't like seeing homeless people, or, you know, they are victimized by a crime and they think that the solution to that is a tough on crime Republican style, you know, law enforcement policy, right? It's this kind of thing. And they go from being, you know, kind of like the stereotypical like liberals, like kind of like your prototypical like Hillary Clinton voter, right? Somebody that that is not left at all in terms of politics, but, or sorry, not left in terms of economics, and is you know, maybe performatively supports marginalized groups as just a way to kind of check a box, or have, you know, to build themselves up. They go from that to, you know, being surprisingly reactionary, right? Surprisingly willing to endorse what are essentially eugenicist policies, right? And that afflicts California's politicians too. I don't know that much about Mayor Bass. Definitely Gavin Newsom falls into that basket of deplorables. And but the irony though is that, like, you know, for this to be the ad, look, this is what you do when you are a fucking centrist ass, like milquetoast, self-hating liberal. Like a liberal that goes on, like, fucking purges the streets of homeless people, like Gavin Newsom. This is how you get done in. You think that somehow, oh, people don't like liberal stuff, so I'll do conservative stuff in a liberal manner, and this will be perfect for California. Really, what you do is you create a lane for Republican candidates like this to run in. And look, I mean, I think that the way that it's looking right now, it's you know, I would predict. It's going to be a governor's race between Steyer and one of the Republican candidates. The mayor's race, I got no clue. I have not followed that at all. Right. So, yeah, I mean, could a Republican mayor slip in by being like, look at this, everything that's wrong with LA is the Democrats' fault. And you know who's going to fix it? You know who's the anti-aristocrat? It's the Republicans. They really stand for the working people. Look, you allow this to happen. This is how we get Trump. This is how we, as much as I want to call bullshit on this ad, right? There's a lesson that needs to be learned in terms of the way that the you know, because of the Kasparian effect, because the left-wing people with the most power are the rich ones, the ones that are subject to this effect, the ones that are being radicalized to the right, or that want to combine anti-homelessness or anti-immigration or some other like very far right value into their, you know, democratic platform. Right, when you get those people, you create a lane, and yeah, you will end up with some, you know, just profoundly harmful Republican governments, you know, be they state or local, that will take the city or the state in the absolute wrong direction. But yeah, thank you for suggesting this, Sarah. This is bad. This is really bad. Outrageous, the kind of commercial that in normal times would be, yeah, should be illegal. I mean, you've turned politics already into television or into movies. by electing a reality star in Donald Trump. So
We also reached out to Warner Brothers for comment on the use of imagery associated with Batman and did not hear back. Using AI-generated videos to send a political message isn't new. Newsom himself posted a video in December responding to a White House post showing the president, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller in handcuffs. The White House is also not shy about using AI for shock factor. Just yesterday on Cinco de Mayo,
I gotta question it now. Like, look, I like that Gavin Newsom makes fun of Trump and his Truth Socials. I think that's effective, right? It's limited use, right? It'll get old quick, right? And you've got to have more than that. But I do like, I wish more Democrats would kind of take him on in the meme war effectively like that, right? I don't like Gavin using AI. And I also don't like that what Trump does now defines what Gavin does. Because, like, here's the deal, right? When you make a fight, like, oh no, it's just a joke. I'm just poking him back. He does these AI videos. I'm gonna do one too. I don't know. I mean, like, what the fuck is Gavin Newsom's policy on AI? It's probably not very good. But yeah, the Democratic Party that's gonna win is the Democratic Party that stands really blatantly, clearly against AI. You cannot have any confusion where it's kind of like, well, we don't like the AI lobby, but we used a little bit of Sora for the campaign ad, and it was, all like, we're just going to compartmentalize our mind. We're gonna talk about how this is hurting families, how these data centers are fucking people over, and then we're gonna just like for a laugh, for a meme. Let's hit that render button. Let's make our own AI slop. Yeah, you got to draw the line. You really do. Okay. And like, as much as you think it's not, AI is symbolic of tech. Americans are coming to hate the tech industries. Americans hate data centers. We hate AI slop. We hate automation, right? This is going to be a big deal. And you got to be really clear that you're on the right side of this. Like, look at how the Democrats ended up on the wrong side of the economic issues. That's fucking crazy. You only get this with the Kasperian fucking brain-addled, pseudo Democrats that what is up with that? You'd think that on the coast, right, the places that are the most blue districts, right, that's where you'd have the most progressive candidate. That's not what's happening, right? You're about to have the most progressive senator in fucking Maine of all places, right? Sure, there's examples like Mamdani, where New York's a very left-leaning mayor gets elected to a very left-leaning city, but too often it's more like and I don't know, maybe it's a West Coast thing. Maybe I call it the Kasperian effect. I think of it as a coastal thing. I'm sure that this exists to some extent in New York City and Boston and Philadelphia and places like this, but maybe the West Coast, chat. Maybe it's a little worse. Somehow, I don't know. That's what it's looking like. That's what gives this shit up an opportunity.
This fake photo of minority leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer.
Get it, minority leaders, because it's a minority group that they're
sombreros with a sign that says
stereotyping. Yeah, get it. They're the leaders of the minority. Get it. Yeah.
Love illegal immigrants. At least 15 campaign ads featuring AI-generated content have run since November, stoking fears the new tech could mislead voters ahead of the midterm elections.
With AI,
I swear to God, Democrats need to not follow this lead. Do not like honestly, like you got to have some kind of you got to like show the contradictions, right? Show the contradictions, because like that's the worst thing is that Republicans start doing this, it's effective, and then Democrats start doing it. Listen, AI as your campaign ad should be a liability. That's what you do. This motherfucker is putting more data centers into your neighborhoods, making your neighborhoods polluted, unlivable, unaffordable for his stupid fucking ad. Like that a fucking looks like it was made by a 14-year-old, right? You got to attack him on that. That's how you. Anyway, chat. Am I gonna have to move back to the U.S. to become a political consultant?
You more and more can put words in people's mouths. You can have all sorts of candidates say things that they never really said, positions that they never really took, And that is something that
I think it's even like creating a world of unreality like this, you know, being able to just like slot political persons into like movies, right? And like, you know how like you hate rich people? Well, yeah, this is what the Democratic Party is like. Like I think even beyond the like, you know, putting words in a politician's mouth, it can be dangerous, right? It's the unreality. It's the you know, the entry of the unreality into politics that concerns me.
is really terrifying.
At least 24 states already have laws regulating the use of political deepfakes in elections, including California, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. But when
Good question. Yeah, exactly. When it's just some dude on the internet.
Political content, the line is not so clear. This latest video ends with people throwing AI tomatoes at their elected leaders, a bit of a sloppy ending to a new form of political slop that could have a growing impact on elections.
It's slop, all right. You see the how that shit is like animated
and beyond.
Yo, that's fucking insane. Chat, I'm sorry. DSA ICE agents? DSA ICE agents. Oh no, I can see why this caught your attention, chat. That is a huge inversion of reality. Look, if the DSA can be criticized for anything, you know, and it sometimes is for it being ineffectual, right? To act like that the DSA is an authoritarian, like, I mean, you like the, oh my God, I can't.
Steve is joining us.
The only, you know, kind of comfort here is this might be too Trump brained for California, right? Shit like this it's probably effective on the California Republicans. Is probably effective in getting out the vote. I don't know how effective it is on
Now, okay, so let's talk more about this decision by Pratt, because he's somebody who I think has promised protections to people who work in the entertainment industry about AI, right?
Right. I mean, look, I think some might find it dystopian in and of itself to retweet an AI video when you're running for mayor for a town in which several organizations have taken to the streets to fight against AI.
Yeah, won't somebody think of the actors? No, I mean, you should think of the actors. Most actors aren't wealthy people. Most actors are just barely struggling to survive.
Of course, though, that is up to the voters. As for the legality of it, look, it's a gray area. Technically, retweeting is publishing, but one legal expert I spoke to says, and I want to read this so I don't screw it up, anybody featured in this for suing for defamation, that might be a little bit of a reach, right? But whoever owns the likeness of an intellectual property like Batman, whether it be Warner Brothers or DC, could send a cease and desist letter.
And the other thing, too, the reason that sometimes these cease and desist letters from, say, like Warner Brothers don't get sent is that if there is, okay, so right now this ad has made a splash. This ad has got, you know, virality. This ad is being discussed, right? If, let's say, Warner Brothers were to, you know, pull a takedown, all of a sudden all of the copies of the ad are gone because they used the likeness of Batman, right? Warner Brothers is going to be seen as being liberal, right? They're going to potentially lose some business, I guess, from, you know, and after the whole thing with Target and Bud Light and shit, you know, people they're probably on the lookout for that. So I do not anticipate them saying anything, right? They are definitely, from what I can tell, violating the fuck out of the copyright. But I think that for PR reasons, probably Warner Brothers is not going to say anything
to try to take it down. That is something that is typical when there's like a song featured in a...
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's lying. He won't protect workers. And this is a great example of, you know, how serious he is about any of this.
Doesn't give permission and maybe doesn't like the politician. That's something we've seen. This, of course, is a whole new arena. So we'll see if it comes up, how it plays out, and if it's going to be brought up on the debate stage tonight, right? Yeah. We'll see. We think.
Yeah, he may win. Look, that's the thing, is that there's so many problems in California, and the Democratic Party will not do the things needed to address them, and that is going to, at some point, result in one or more.
And so we begin at 6.
Like that's you're gonna get California Republicans elected like this, right? And generally how that works is they get elected, shit still sucks, and they get defeated the next time. Now, look, there's an exception that I want to point out. His name is Ronald Reagan, okay? Ronald Reagan, got elected as mayor of California and then did sort of, use that as a vehicle into national politics and ran for. No, this is the governor's race, right? Spencer Pratt. Wait, what's going on? Wait, is that Steyer? Maybe it's not. This is the.
Among the issues where we saw some separation from the Democrats, not so much from the Republicans, was on the issue of housing.
Wait, that's Katie Porter. Wait, I'm so confused.
And the mayor of San Jose was talking about the economy and business development. A big dust.
The surprising winner of NBCLA's double debate night. Okay, so 2 debate nights. This is the governor's debate. And then there's also, that's the governor's debate. Still the governor's debate. I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing is this the mayoral?
Been able to navigate that. I mean, she had a legislative district in South Los Angeles and an assembly district there as well. But she's somebody who knows all these players and knows the labor unions and knows some of the environmental groups and some of the advocacy groups.
I would say that Mayor Bass is one of the people that has had the most right-wing slop lore created about her. I'm thinking about around the time of the fires, right? She's not a politician that I particularly like, right? But the criticism of hers, again, is almost in the opposite direction of where the criticism actually belongs.
Play a sizable role in city politics. And so that's why having...
Wait, so Pratt is like calling himself like an independent...
Experience is so important in winning a race for this job. Now, Spencer Pratt he came across...
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, Tanky Gooner. Thanks.
He has a passionate support base, and there is a grievance element to all this, and justifiably, he lost his home. He saw 7,000 homes destroyed, and on top of that, people like Jeannie Buss have been talking to the owner...
Vote for me, no wildfires. Yeah, that's great. Okay, well, things are going swimmingly, I guess, in LA. Let's get back to this Hassan bad thing, because again, Pratt is at 28%. Yeah. Look, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mayor Bass, defeated. She's not good. Oh my God, Tanky Gooner. I'm sorry, this is the second time here that you're putting words into my mouth. Did I say that she's good? I said that she's opposite, that she's bad. Bass is at 40%. Pratt is at 28%. Yeah. She's not good. What I said was that the Republicans are fucking creating a narrative around the wildfires that would have you believe that Democratic, shitty fucking centrist Democratic politicians are out there setting wildfires because they hate your freedom. And you should vote for Republicans because there'll be no wildfires. Donald Trump doesn't put up with wildfires. Do you remember Trump's narrative? You see, there's a water switch up in Northern California somewhere, and all Gavin has to do is turn it. But he's too much of a pussy to turn it, right? He's too weak. He's too much of a soy boy. He can't turn the fucking knob, and so the water won't come down and put out the fires. But Donald Trump, he'll turn the knob, right? It's bullshit like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Democrats are good. You will rarely hear that from me. There are very few Democrats that I actually think are good. I am saying, in fact, that the Republicans are worse, and I'm saying that the Republicans are lying. Not that Mayor Bass is like a great, mayor, and we should have more like her. Quite the opposite. But just so we're clear, I don't know if there is a frog in my throat or a filter on my microphone that's completely changing the words that I'm saying. But yeah, what I hear back from chat sometimes when it doesn't match what's coming out of my mouth, it gets a little bit frustrating. With that, chat, let's put Ethan Klein on. Let's put Irene in her place.
The homelessness.
Oh my God, that is the fucking debate again. All right, I'm trying to put Kilo on. I need to pee. I will be back. I'll do it as quickly as I can because I value your time, chat. And again, if we go over time and my alarm goes off. Oh yeah, let me put the alarm right here. All right, chat. If you hear the sound of a phone alarm, okay, which look will pick up on the microphone, okay, while I'm gone, make sure to let me know in chat when I come back. It's very important because otherwise I might miss the Thai class, right? We will do a bonus stream tonight after Thai class if there's still time on the ticker. But again, that's all up to you. You have the remote. Every time you support the stream, it makes the stream last longer. And it also gives you the chance to put your money where your mouth is, and maybe skew the poll a little bit in a direction, in the direction of the content that you want to see, right? So remember that is there as well. The Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you. Tomorrow's news today, I'm not even kidding, I'm fully literal like about that, right, chat? It is a day ahead, or really like 12 to 15 hours ahead of the time it is for you if you're in the US. For me, oh, I'm sorry, you can't hear me now because I got the mic turned. I apologize, chat. I apologize. I will be back. I need to pee. I need to not crash out. Okay, I love you all, chat. I love you all. Anyway, be right back.
Specifically downtown, right next to Staples. I mean, you can see, I think, the graffiti tower from
the
Lakers play their home game.
This.
To jump to conclusions
There we go.
and just say shit about people, often with no evidence. He implied or outright suggested that Dan Clancy and Taylor Lorenz were pedophiles for like no reason. He wrongly accused the Wall Street Journal of doctoring photos and then had to walk it back, while he himself has routinely had issues with sharing fake or doctored social media posts and passing them off as real, and he's shown a willingness to contort and misrepresent events in his life whenever it suits his purposes, which is what he's doing now in his war against Reddit, Twitch, and Hassan.
The harassment that me and Ela are receiving is just genuinely unfucking comparable. Like nothing I've ever dealt with. And to the point where I don't know how it's allowed on Reddit. Like an organized harassment campaign spreading across multiple subreddits, targeting like two specific people. It's so fucked up. And once again, to remind everybody that Reddit has no problem with this community that exists solely to do the most insane, unhinged, unacceptable harassment campaigns you can possibly imagine. On the internet today, people think they can say anything they want about me.
And by the way, her posting this is continuing the defamation and this whole like Snark narrative that they're trying to make like mainstream.
And by the way, they're part of the harassment campaign that I can't believe is so big. They're misrepresenting everything I said. They're mischaracterizing, like taking things out of context, fucking, like you guys are part of that harassment campaign, you scumbags.
Ever since the Leftovers podcast ended, Ethan has spent almost 2 years trying to convince the online world that he is the victim of a massive organized harassment campaign, which is being spearheaded by Hassan and his surrounding network of evil harassers, or something like that. This harassment narrative itself is being pushed pretty effectively by Ethan, and he's received quite a lot of support from across the internet. So while he's been aggressively retaliating against his enemies, like his use of the legal system, to many it's understandable, or even justified. But is Ethan's narrative accurate? To answer that, let's go back to the beginning of the Ethan and Hassan feud, back in late 2023. You'll remember from earlier that one of the first major sources of tension between the two was Ethan being upset at things that Hassan's chat was saying about him.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all.
The thing with this argument is, first of all, I don't know what Ethan expected Hassan to do about a chat that looked like this. Like, look at this shit. But more importantly, Ethan seems to not understand that you are the only person who is responsible for the things that you say on the internet. It's nobody else's job to protect you if audiences and comment sections have a negative reaction to the things that you're saying. The backlash that Ethan's been getting online from communities like Hassan's, it doesn't just unfairly come from nowhere. It is a direct response to controversial ideas that he and Ela have expressed after the conflict in Gaza started.
The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're gonna make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people.
Now, to be fair to Ethan, he has repeatedly expressed support for Palestine and condemned the actions of Israel during the war.
What is happening in Gaza is disgusting, and it needs to stop immediately.
But the Kleins have also often shown a tendency to couple these general condemnations of Israel with things like flowery praise about the country and how free it is.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people,
or highly incendiary statements about people who were saying free Palestine too closely to October 7th.
When you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. I'm just saying don't cheer for terrorists. I don't think that that's a crazy take. If you think it is, then let's go invite the Iraqi terrorists who are exacting revenge to come to your city block and kill every fucking one you love. If you think Hamas is dope, just remember, you deserve to be burned alive by terrorists and your whole family murdered in front of you.
Ethan's also been criticized for spreading misinformation about important historical events regarding Palestinian suffering, or for uncritically accepting negative stories about their combatants.
H3 promoted the beheaded babies myth extensively, for example, and has not retracted since.
While being overly skeptical or just rejecting negative stories about Israel.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped. I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up.
I understand why Ethan's brain would operate this way, and it's not like there's anything immoral about having a bias. But obviously at a certain point, after Ethan makes enough comments like this, to a lot of people, he's gonna start to sound like he's defending Israel a little bit, like kind of reflexively.
They could have held a ceasefire at any point. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for Israel not coming into Gaza. To defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Yes, it did. This type of thing is why people think that Ethan and Hila are running defense for Israel. And there are dozens of examples of this. There's Hila essentially saluting IDF pilots on Instagram after Israel's strike on Iran. Or there's also her referring to former Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant as a really good guy, a man who is currently wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes, including directing attacks on civilians. Nobody made her say that. Nobody made Ethan defend it. But the Kleins seem to want to endlessly make comments on this very controversial subject and expect to never be attacked for the things that they're expressing. They think that because they say the words, "We support Palestine," that the people that criticize them must just hate Jewish people.
He's watching the same clip over and over, retweeting like psychopathic anti-Semites. There's no other explanation for these people being so weirdly obsessed with her.
To a lot of people, Ethan saying genocide is bad is probably not adequate. Genocide being bad is obvious. That's the default position. To them, this situation would be kind of like someone saying rape is bad and then talking about how much they love Bill Cosby.
Just after people have some of my barbecue sauce, after a while when it kicks in, they get all huggy-buggy.
Jesus. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. The point is that Ethan and Hila are the ones choosing to put this stuff on the internet. Like during the height of what many people consider to be a genocide by Israel, Hila posts on Instagram last February, showing off her new blue Star of David tattoo. You know, like the one on the Israeli flag. Now yes, blue is a traditional color in Judaism, but a lot of that is because of its appearance on the flag of Israel. There are a lot of people that understandably are not going to like an apparent show of support for a country that's been accused of using chemical weapons near civilians or opening fire on people waiting for aid. But here's how Ethan responds to negative comments on Hila's post about her tattoo.
Obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said, enjoy hell.
Yeah, no, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from a crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him or probably even his parents would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom. I'm not going to click that for her. I'm not, you know what? Fuck him. This is what you... Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, hey, Joe? I love it.
And yeah, Ethan's producer cuts away from the Instagram feed there so that Ethan doesn't blast the guy's mom to his thousands of viewers. This clip comes across kind of deranged to me, but it gives you a little bit of a window into how Ethan's mind works. To him, people can't simply be having a response to controversial statements or things they themselves have put out there. It must be because of anti-Semitism or bigotry. And ultimately, I think the reason why Ethan reacts this way is because in reality, he cannot stand being criticized.
There's been a lot of criticism of me of late. There's been a lot of people that have said lots and lots of videos. I have a natural aversion to criticism specifically, which is something that I've been learning about myself through therapy, which I've started recently.
Ethan cannot help himself from reading comment sections, Reddits, tweets about him. He obsesses over how he's being perceived, and he compulsively responds to almost anybody that's critical of him. And he has a long history of this temperament. As a quick example, there was this call on election night that Ethan had with Philip DeFranco, where Ethan, for like literally no reason, awkwardly tries to force into the conversation how people on the internet just hate him because he's Jewish.
Well, I don't know if you knew this about me, Phil, but I'm Jewish. Yeah, it's pretty controversial, but yeah, I could go into detail. Do you want to? I could go into all the details. It sounds like you want to get into it. It sounds like you want to get into it.
No, thank you.
And then immediately after getting off that call, Ethan goes out of his way to pull up Philly's chat and whine about things people are saying about him.
Okay, be good, be good. Yeah. All right. Nothing gets me excited like seeing Philip DeFranco's chat call me El Zionist Nazi, free Palestine. Ethan, you can migrate to Israel.
And finally, when he gets criticized by the crew for killing the vibe of the podcast, this is how he responds.
How the fuck did I kill the mood?
Bruh.
What the fuck did I do?
You killed the mood.
Yeah.
Why? How?
But with your calling Phil and bringing up all kinds of negative
That
stuff.
was fucking awesome.
I thought it was a fun call.
Yeah, what the fuck? What's happening? What am I doing? What is this world we're living?
Yeah, what you just saw there was a person like kind of like burned the last bit of goodwill with his friend. Ethan and Phil were friends at some point. Ethan made some comments about Phil has I think dealt with like, you know, body dysmorphia and eating disorders and stuff like that, and Ethan made a comment about his weight that wasn't appreciated. Phil hadn't shut him out of his life. And then Ethan is like, oh, hey, it's election night, right? Everybody's covering the election. He's like, oh, hey, let's see what's up with Phil. Let's go and have a, get like kind of force an interaction with him. And Phil, allowed it to happen. But the fact that Ethan was sitting there being like, oh, look at that. His chat doesn't like me. They're saying bad things. Like, right, Phil doesn't want drama. You can't tell, right? He's not the... He's probably seen his share of internet drama, I would guess, considering how long Phil's been around for, and just his personality, right? If there's a problem, Phil probably would prefer you to DM him about it, communicate in private rather than blow it up on your stream. And that's exactly what Ethan is doing here, right? Oh no, I'm the victim. And you see it again. Who's the fucking victim? It was Phil, right? It was Phil, right? He was hurt by something that Ethan said. But now, like that little bit of distance that Phil has put to like keep himself safe, Ethan's got to punish him and be like, no, actually, I'm the victim because your chat hates me. You were horrible. You must be saying bad things about me behind my back all the time, because that's the only way that your chat would have a less than stellar impression of me, Ethan Klein. What is up, Do Not Worry podcast? Good to see you. Everybody, we have someone from the Do Not Worry. Oh wait, am I still behind? I am still behind my avatar. Wow. Look, I'm covering Drama Slop, and sometimes you got to put on the Drama Slop commentary avatar just to match the tone that you're getting here. Yeah, this is one of those kind of Drama Slop commentary creators that's done a video surprisingly on Hassan, but not so much on why Hassan sucks and did he shock his dog, and what about the thing in Germany, like all this shit, right? It's more about like why are so many people crashing out on Hassan Piker? What is going on with this trove of Weaselly Little Liars? And Ethan is just the first of many weasels that we will. Would love to have you on stream sometime to discuss the H3 lawsuits. Yeah, I'm going to need to catch up on that a little bit. When we last left the lawsuits, the Reddit mods were trying to quash a motion of discovery in terms of with Reddit, and I'm understanding that motion to quash was not accepted. So that's the latest that I know. But yeah, we've definitely been covering the whole Ethan and Hassan thing, and the weaponized lawsuits, which are really there just to chill free speech, to let you know that, yeah, you got free speech, right? You're on YouTube. Somebody says something you disagree with, you can comment back, but make sure that's not a rich guy, okay? Because if it's a rich guy, he could drag you over the coals. He can ruin your fucking life. You're not allowed to make a negative comment about the rich guy. That's what Ethan is fighting for right now. When in the past, you know, he was fighting against that exact same thing. It's so obvious, so easy to see. The commentary community of all places should understand this, because this is, like I said, the one sort of moral precept that they keep. Look, it's a dirty place. It's a scary place. It's a criminal underworld in the commentary community, right? Is how I would describe it metaphorically. But there's some honor among thieves. There's a little bit of honor, and you know, it's things like the ability for people to make commentary that they tend to value. And when we set a precedent that says, if you say something that a rich guy doesn't like, then, you know, he can just weaponize copyright law against you. Yeah, that's exactly what a chilling effect would be. But yeah, we'll have to set that up. Oh, do not worry. If you're still in chat, let me tell you, I think you tried to contact me on Twitter, and Elon has changed Twitter, right? My DMs are not opening right now without a passcode, so I guess I'll have to set a passcode to use that. You could also reach out to me on Blue Sky if you want to. That shouldn't be a problem at all. I'm sorry, this wouldn't be normally a problem at all either, except that Elon, he keeps on breaking Twitter. Yeah, and now my DMs are behind. I don't know. Has anybody heard about this passcode thing? Has anybody set a passcode? Is it like safe? Is this some kind of like Muskian plan to, you know, I don't know, fuck us all over in some weird way later? I wasn't expecting to see this, and yeah, I'm assuming your message is just behind that you know, screen of you need to set a passcode. I just can't. I don't feel comfortable going through that until I talk to somebody about what is going on with this passcode thing, because it kind of took me by surprise. But anyway, yeah, we are talking about Ethan and Hila Klein. Well, mostly Ethan today, right? This is the whole premise of the video. There's weasels. Ethan's kind of the #1 weasel. No, it's not very surprising. I mean, he does exemplify what we're talking about in terms of not weasels in a good sense, chat. Weaselly Little Liars, right? He in terms of being dishonest in the way that he engages, and in terms of turning everything into a victim narrative, really a persecution narrative of himself. Ethan Klein is just, yeah, he is like one for the books. He is the one for the dictionary, in fact, right? If you look up Weaselly Little Liar, maybe there should be a picture of Ethan there. I don't know, chat. I don't write dictionaries. But yeah, there are many do not worry podcast enjoyers in this chat. And if you are not yet a do not worry podcast enjoyer, right, you need only to click, I believe, on the username of Do Not Worry Podcast in order to, you know, like right click and open a new tab, and you can follow Do Not Worry Podcast and start enjoying, right? This is like life before enjoyment of Do Not Worry Podcast, and then this is life after enjoyment of Do Not Worry Podcast. It's a whole new world, chat, and
what's happening, right?
You can explore that world, I think once a week, with the cast and crew, and with Anthony and the cast of crew of Do Not Worry Podcast. So highly recommended.
Now, tell me how.
I told you.
Tell me how.
I don't have a way to get through to you then.
There's
I'm just
no
depressed
shot. That
now.
call was awesome.
I didn't feel awesome coming off that call.
Why?
I'm just telling you.
Was that call awesome?
Because it turned into you just complaining about his chat. Everybody, like, they fucking hate you and they're spamming it or whatever.
Ethan's obvious ruminating on criticism shows up in a lot of places. He left Twitter in favor of Instagram, probably because stories don't have comment sections. H3 also seems to often heavily filter or disable comments on episodes that they think might get some pushback. And I've also recently found that the H3 podcast commonly cuts out entire sections of their live streams, even sometimes way after the fact, seemingly in response to criticism, which I guess they do have a right to do. But I will say, as someone who's currently trying to criticize them, it's Pretty fucking irritating. But all this is to say, Ethan isn't a fan of being criticized at all. And when he started facing a lot more negative scrutiny after October 7th, it seems like he wanted Hassan to exert sweeping control over his entire audience's perception of him. And despite how unrealistic that is, Hassan still tried.
Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Changing your perspective on an issue that is like near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own. You need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop.
But it was never quite enough for Ethan.
He genuinely hates you, bro. I know he does. I wish him well regardless.
And eventually, Ethan declared war on all things Hassan, which brought us to where we are now. Now, what Ethan could do is he could stop reflexively defending Israel. He could stop commenting on the issue altogether. Maybe he could reflect on and in turn...
We stop for a minute and talk about this, right? Now, I've been criticized for, I don't know, doing X number of videos on the same person, right? Even in a situation when I'm in a back and forth with said person. But I do get it from a viewer point of view, right? You don't want to, if you enjoyed my videos making commentary on all kinds of different video essays and, different figures in streaming, debate analysis, and then all of a sudden the content is just about, it's like a controversy with, one person. I get how that's not, that's not great from an audience perspective. And it's important to keep, from, falling into that too much, right? But I also have seen people, get like way too obsessed with me, believe it or not, in a way that ultimately just was not good for them. So there is like a, and obviously Ethan Klein's, like, I don't get it. Ethan Klein's obsession with Hassan, right? If people had an issue with with 5 videos in a row on Dylan Burns, right? I'm gonna say, how could they not have a issue with a one-sided beef lasting more than a year with Ethan Klein, right? People say sometimes that larger content creators are held up to a higher standard. I don't know. It feels like here the standard is in the toilet. There's no standard at all, right? Because, yeah, there is. We all recognize, like, kind of an obsessive, like when a content creator's, beef becomes excessive. Excessive beef, chat. Flag on the play. Excessive beef. All right? That's not good for your arteries and stuff, okay? We can't have excessive beef on the play. But yeah, I do get that standard, that line, like where to draw that can be hard to say. Looking back at it as somebody who's been on both sides of the being accused of making too many videos about a person, and who was streaming about me, was just not putting those it out on YouTube, but yeah, I think that people can lose perspective, and it's important to consider the content from the audience perspective, because that's who's either enjoying the content or maybe enjoying the content a little bit less if you get into kind of a rut. So, but yeah, the exact line is something we'll have to discuss down in the comments below. Yeah, where do you think the line is, right? Because I've definitely had experiences where it's like, okay, I get that you hate my guts. You've said a lot of bad things about me. Can we just leave it at that? And it's like, no, apparently we can't. Apparently we can't leave it at that. Like, and that is really annoying.
internalize some of what people are telling him, or he could change nothing and just accept that some people on the internet are going to have a problem with it. But of course, he hasn't done any of these things. Ethan has instead chosen to lie. He's built this myth of a mass harassment campaign against him, and he's using this lie to try to financially harm Twitch, change Reddit policy, and abuse the court system against the people that he holds responsible
Damn.
in popularity. The three main things that Ethan's been dishonest about are H3 Snark, the CPS call, and the copyright lawsuits.
Just so you know, chat, that wasn't Ethan's viewership zeroing out. I would never make that claim that Ethan has no viewers. It's Ethan's subs, which I think his channels, like the podcast channel and the other channel, they have like, I don't know, 2.3 and 5.4 million subs respectively. So, you know, they're still big channels, but it's just that when you're having people unsub at the rate that H3 has them unsub from the podcast channel, those are mostly active viewers, right? The people, there are people that like subbed for Ethan for Vape Nation, and now that he's not the Vape Nation guy anymore, they do not watch his videos. They don't even see his videos. It's been forever since they've seen an H3 video, and yet they're still on their subbed, right? And then there are people that are watching you know, like the H3 podcast, you know, catching at least like once a week or something like that, right? If you're that person, that's the person who's going to unsub, right? The person that has forgotten that they're subbed to the H3 podcast is not unsubbing. The person that was watching the H3 podcast up until whatever point, right? Whatever point was too far for them, that's, you know, an active sub. That's a viewer, in other words, right? It's real, and it's reflected in Ethan's you know, view count, right? The active concurrent viewers that he has in chat has gone all the way from over 50,000 before leftovers to it's sometimes 10,000, sometimes 12,000. It's a huge diminishment, right? In who's actually watching H3. It's a huge diminishment in who is like behind what they're, which didn't used to be a hard proposition, chat. It's not a hard proposition to be behind a comedy podcast, right? You either like it or you don't. You're not behind the idea of, I believe that H3 has the integrity to, like, no, it's not like being a political podcast. It's just, they just have to like you. You just have to enjoy you. Actually, they don't even have to like you. Right? You are entertaining. You keep them coming back. That's the only requirement that's made. And Ethan, because of his desire to turn his show into like a drama channel, which, I mean, I get it's always been to a certain extent, but I don't know, chat. Can anybody give me some perspective on the Trish thing, right? Because that's what everybody always compares the Hassan breakup to, is the Trish breakup, and obviously they're not the same, not even close. But how? Like, I feel like the way that, because if you don't know, just to sum this up, right? What he's saying here about the going from the end of Leftovers, the conversations where Ethan's like, Hassan, your chat is insulting me. Can you please stop them? And Hassan is like, listen, you gotta, if you want to stop them, you gotta appear different to them, right? They're reacting to what you're doing and what you're saying. I can't change their opinions of you. From that point until where we are now, which is when Ethan has basically talked about Hassan so obsessively on so many of his streams for so long that Hassan is forced to respond, or chooses to respond. I guess that nobody can force you to respond, but Hassan has has enough and decides to respond. And this is after him defending Ethan Klein. This is after him trying to like kind of tamp down the drama. This is, Hassan basically did everything he possibly could not to have this interaction with Ethan, and there was just no changing his mind. when he gets convinced that somebody has like rat fucked him, which I think is what he thought with Hassan. I think he thought Hassan was sneaky, and I don't know if he thinks like Hassan stole his viewers or, you know. But yeah, he feels fucked over, and I guess he felt fucked over by Trish a little bit too, right? I don't know enough about Trish too. Yeah, me neither. I don't know anything about Trish. I always assumed it was two crummy people having a conflict. Yeah, and you know, people were there for that, which, you know, more power to you, as Jink would say.
Let's start with Snark. After the leftovers ended, the growing rift between Ethan and Hassan's communities sparked increased activity on the H3 Snark subreddit. For those of you that don't know what Snark means, here's a quick overview. Snark communities are online groups dedicated to sharing negative or critical content about a figure that the group is centered around. That's it. They're basically just groups of people who dislike an influencer or a public figure, and they talk shit about them, laugh about them, criticize them. That's all it is. H3 has had their own Snark community since early in 2023, but as Ethan's content became more political and as the feud with Hassan began, it gradually started growing in popularity. Now, it should be noted that most of these places, especially on Reddit, have strict rules against crossing the line. They typically moderate against posts that encourage or facilitate harassment, such as doxing, and the ones that don't usually don't last very long on the platform.
Okay, so let's be really clear here, all right? The subreddits we're discussing here are a subreddit that used to exist called H3 Snark, right? I mean, he'll get into this. It started, actually, I don't know when it started, but it's grown a lot. And then H3 Leftovers is a subreddit in the vein of H3 Snark, basically signifying that it is the, you know, that their disagreement with Ethan kind of starts with the leftovers and the end of leftovers, right? So that's what we're talking about in terms of the snark that is snarking Ethan. Now, I want to point something out, right? Ethan uses snark as like almost like a general term for like bad people, right? When I hate on somebody, it's not snark. But the bad people that hate on me, that don't hate the right people, the people that I hate, you know, that they are snarkers, right? But when you think about it, you know, we are describing a certain kind of behavior. And I don't think that it's one, even though Snark, like if you look at the great chessboard that, you know, of Ethan's mental battle against Hassan, right? Snark is a chess piece on Hassan's side, right? Snark is Hassan coded, not Ethan coded. And yet I feel like Hassan really does not embrace the principle of snarking, right? I feel like a lot of what Hassan says is very against the idea of like thinking excessively about a content creator that you don't like, even to the point where, you know, when you know, there's too much with the drama frogs, right? That Trish married Hila's brother caused some weird drama, like Ethan was jealous or something. Wait, jealous of his brother for marrying Trish, or jealous of Trish for marrying his brother? Either way, it's not good. Leftovers vs. H3 used to be a crossover fan sub. It was repurposed as everyone realized how shitty. Oh, okay. So even Leftovers H3 was not like started as, you know, to snark. But I feel like snarking is like somewhat of a natural like behavior that we like as content creators, you gotta, you know, recognize is gonna happen. Like obviously, you know, it can be taken too far, and that's where it gets, you know, scary, right? Because we, you know, it's like when we talk about the Destiny community, you're talking about not just people snarking, but I don't know, that's like on a whole nother level. The way that Destiny's community like looks at Hassan and tries to, you know, maneuver like I feel like that's on a whole nother level. So yeah, I mean, it's on one hand, it is all the same thing, just like, you know, expressing disdain for a content creator, which I think as a content creator, you just have to, you know, kind of get over. You have to understand that if you're gonna, you know, be if you're gonna be doing content, like there's gonna be people that that don't agree with you, and they're gonna show up in your comment section, and it's just like, you know, we don't want them that showing up in the comment section to turn into, you know, showing up in real life, you know, kind of shit. That's when things get legitimately scary.
You can always find psycho people who engage in poor behavior in literally any online community, even fan ones. But this doesn't mean the community itself is an issue. For this reason, as a concept, Snark seems mostly harmless. But Ethan doesn't see it this way, and even since before the leftovers ended, Ethan has taken massive issue with his own Snark community, and he essentially considers them to be headquarters of the harassment campaign.
And so, like, generally, what we call like a Snark is a community that's oriented around somebody they don't like, right? So H3 Snark being oriented around Ethan and the show. But they they tried to start like an anti-Snark. Oh yeah, it was called Snark. They tried to start an anti-Snark, right, as their way of combating. I was like, well, if we have, you know, crazed fans combating these anti-fans, maybe we can shut them up. And I think they're the anti-Snark, the Snark whatever. I think that one actually did get banned for TOS violations
that he believes he's facing.
H3 Snark, which is a subreddit dedicated to not even like feedback, like just blatant fucking horrific harassment and like defamation.
So what exactly is Ethan referring to when he talks about this organized harassment and defamation campaign? Honestly, it's a little difficult to say. Ethan's been historically pretty non-specific in his complaints about Snark, but he has on occasion pointed out a few hard examples, so let's look at some of those. So here's a post from a little over a year ago, speculating that Teddy Fresh, the Klein's clothing brand, potentially plagiarized the design of a new release, because in addition to the visual similarities, the senior designer for Teddy Fresh previously liked the post from the designer they're alleged to have stolen from. Here's Ethan talking about this post on stream.
On the Snark subreddit, the top post right now is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. We have no recourse. Like, this is not okay what's happening. I don't know how Reddit allows this. I really don't. It's fucking sickening.
Okay, so Ethan claims this post is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. But the problem is, this person did have senior designer at Teddy Fresh in their public Instagram bio. Teddy Fresh also routinely posts about their designers, including their names, in their own Instagram posts. And Ethan Klein has posted this person on her own YouTube channel, including naming them and introducing them as a designer at Teddy Fresh.
Hi vlog, I'm Sean, I'm resident senior designer of Teddy Fresh.
The H3 crew seemed to be under the impression that this post was a dox, by the way, because the document they compiled on it was titled Snark Docs. But based on what I can see, this poster wasn't trying to
identify Moses is Ela's brother, not Ethan's.
Anybody. Motherfucker, you guys are the ones that identified them.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
And furthermore, Ethan is shocked that Reddit allows this post, calling it targeted harassment. But how exactly is an accusation of wrongdoing by itself harassment? There's no call to action, there's no threat, there's no invasion of privacy. It's literally just a few photos and evidence for their claim. Surely Ethan doesn't consider it to be harassment to accuse somebody of plagiarism, right? There's this video, apparently by a former H3 Snark moderator, supposedly exposing the harassment the community engages in. And some of the examples they list are like, just listen.
The Snarkers would even post drawings of crew members for the purpose of everyone else in the live chat to make fun of them. But the thing that stuck out to me from the times I was looking at the H3 Snark live chat is that they really hate Zach. Whenever Zach was on screen, the H3 Snark chat would go crazy and comment about how ugly Zach is.
Drawings? People calling Zach ugly? Oh my god, we need to do something about this. Oh, and by the way, Ethan fully endorses this video.
An ex-snarker made a video about the Snark subreddit that I thought was wonderful. This all took place on Reddit's platform. They have a live chat feature that during every show they would open up, or they would engage in targeted, relentless harassment against all of us. I'm very grateful.
I'm so glad that nobody's ever, gotten together in a group chat to talk about my videos. That sounds like an awful experience, right? Oh my God. Yeah. It sounds like a nightmare. Believe me, it was. Yeah, that's crazy. We got a Snark whistleblower, right? Like a former snarker. He's making it like drugs. They're going there. They're doing drugs. I mean, like, and then you get out of it and you're like, wait a minute. Snark isn't good for me. I gotta stop snarking. Snarking is ruining my life. And then you're like, yeah, I better speak on this. How everybody in the Snark subreddit, they got in a group chat. They watched Ethan's they watched the H3 show and they made snarky comments of all things.
To this person, people don't understand the forces that I'm dealing with.
The forces?
Disgustingly evil.
The forces?
So, look,
I'm so sorry.
H3 Snark page, you'll
The
see
forces? Oh no.
Ethan has said, sometimes clipping something from a recent stream. Here's a post just sharing something Hassan said about Ethan. This subreddit is like 99% just posts like this. So I'm not saying there's never been a post here that could qualify as harassment, but if for Ethan things like laughing at drawings does qualify, it makes me seriously question his judgment of the severity of what's happening here. Moving on, another part of Ethan's claim is that this community is defaming him and his business, and Ethan really doesn't like defamation.
This is defamation, right? No, defamation. Defamation. I'm literally going to sue you for defamation. Uh-oh.
But this part is even harder to evaluate, because Ethan is even less specific about the defamation. He tends to just generally kind of whine about defamation and slander, and rarely, if ever, provides any specific examples of it.
These are like 3 huge fucking communities that are posting about me and Hila every fucking day. Fucking relentless slander, straight up lies, defamation.
I mean, don't you think what that is it's him trying to be like, all right, I want this person to stop talking about me. If I intimate that I might sue them, maybe they'll see it and they'll stop talking, right? I feel like that's what it is. It's just his rich guy reflex. He's got to be like, oh, this is making me think of a defamation case, which again, 999% of the time, if you think you have a defamation case, no, you don't. Talk to a lawyer and they'll say that you don't have a case. You will not win in court, right? But if you're a rich guy and the person that you're suing is a person that lives hand to mouth, like month to month, then then you can probably intimidate them out of talking about you. And yeah, I think that's what this is. Did I see Anthony's request? I did. I just don't think that I'm not sure if Anthony was still in the chat. I don't know. Are there people that are seeing the chat but not hearing the stream out there or something? Yeah. Anthony may have come in right when I was peeing. There is some chance that is what happened, because when I said hi, is that Anthony? I'm assuming Do Not Worry is a podcast of several people, so it could be any member of the Do Not Worry team. But yeah, I tried to explain that my Twitter, I'm not able to get to my DMs on Twitter because Elon fucked up the site again. Anybody know about this? I need to talk to somebody about, like, Twitter's got a you got to make a passcode to use your DMs now, and I'm assuming that Anthony sent me a DM, and that is why I can't get to it. However, if Anthony was not in chat or did not hear when I said that, then maybe that message did not get across. I mentioned that Blue Sky is another way to reach out to me, as is Discord. But yeah, I'll try to get the Twitter thing fixed, because I do normally, DM with people about things like collaborations. I do normally do that on Twitter, and it's only because of the recent changes in whatever the fuck they did to DMs. It's like he's systematically ruining the whole fucking site, chat. Like, I used to believe it or not, I used to enjoy Twitter.
One of the only times I could find him providing actual evidence was this infamous Ramadan post, which contained a lie that the H3H3 subreddit was removing posts celebrating Ramadan. Ethan was understandably pretty upset about this, but when you look into what actually happened here, it seems likely that this example of defamation just doesn't really mean much of anything. According to the moderators of the subreddit, the post was originally made by like a rogue mod on an alt account, and once they found out that it was false, they deleted the post, demodded the user, and updated their rules to have higher standards. So one user on a
Do you remember this? Do you remember them making all this big deal about this fake Ramadan post? That there was like a post about, there was something about Ethan, somebody got banned for saying Happy Ramadan. Like, yeah, so a rogue mod made it. When they saw it, they deleted it. It wouldn't be a big deal unless somebody was trying to make it into a big deal.
Information, was caught, got punished, and then the owners took steps to try to prevent it from happening again. So this just isn't indicative of any systemic or coordinated misconduct. This is just called the internet. Plus, it seems like this should be how you'd want a place like this to be moderated. They have rules against misinformation, and they do enforce them. Like, if you go search through the subreddit, you can find hundreds of examples of the moderators telling the subreddit not to contact sponsors, to respect people's privacy, marking certain posts as being satirical, all things that point to them actually trying to prevent harassment and defamation. Like with any popular forum, some stuff might occasionally slip through the cracks, but this stuff would be outliers. It's quite obviously not the purpose of this community. So Ethan's claims that this place exists solely to conduct an organized harassment campaign against him are at best flimsy, and at worst, kinda bullshit. But there's one more thing Ethan has shown, and it's this screenshot he shared from Discord of supposedly a moderator of H3 Snark sharing the address of the H3 and Teddy Fresh studios. Now, if this is exactly how Ethan describes it, it could be an issue. But this looks like a private DM, not a public Discord server. There's no information about who this was sent to, whether this person is still a moderator, whether they even ever were a moderator, or whether any of the other mods knew about it. So I kinda just don't really know what I'm looking at here. Without more context, this just isn't evidence of organized, coordinated harassment. This could be nothing more than just one person doing something wrong, which again can happen in any large online community. So look, my perception of what's happened here is that Ethan conflates harassment with unwanted negative scrutiny, and he might even conflate slander with things he disagrees with. 99.9% of the users here are just talking, making jokes, criticizing him, voicing their opinions. Some of them may say things that are untrue or even cruel, but dude, that's what the internet is. H3 has millions of subscribers. At a certain point, you can't control what everyone says or thinks about you. So as far as I can tell, Ethan just isn't the victim of anything unique here. But obviously he disagrees, and his response to these insults, to criticism, and to this one lie that was ultimately removed was declaring all-out war on Reddit and H3 Snark.
And it
all started with the fake Ramadan post. That's crazy. Taylor Lorenz looked into this. She said that the H3 community was harassing people. Yeah, I think that's what Twitter or what Reddit's Anthony did come in while I was peeing. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is like crazy coincidences with Anthony. Anthony messages me on Twitter. It's right after, or maybe not right after, but like it's after Elon fucks up DMs on Twitter. And then he comes in here to say, hey, sorry, I can't get through to on Twitter. Wanted to give you an invite. And of course I'm peeing at the moment. That is crazy luck.
Just fucking disgusting. Like Reddit, you are disgusting. Fucking shame on you. The CEO, the officers, everybody who's in this company is 100% liable for.
Oh my God.
perception of what's happened here is that Ethan conflates harassment with unwanted negative scrutiny, and he might even conflate slander with things he disagrees with. 99.9% of the users here are just talking, making jokes, criticizing him, voicing their opinions. Some of them may say things that are untrue or even cruel, but dude, that's what the internet is. H3 has millions of subscribers. At a certain point, you can't control what everyone says or thinks about you.
And look, I do see sometimes people get excessive about Ethan and Hila, but it's kind of been a parallel escalation, right? It was one thing when Ethan and Dan Saltman were ruining Twitch for small streamers, getting people demonetized. Nobody, really noticed or cared about that. But when he, sues like 3 content creators that are, somewhat recognizable that people care about, it kind of took it to another level, right? In terms of people's anger at the Kleins. And what I'm trying to say is that in some ways, like, if there has been an escalation of what people are willing to say about about H3, it's kind of come as a result to what H3 has done to other people, right? If you're willing to just allow XQC to watch, to say, I am not reacting, I am watching Ethan's content nuke, no legal action against him. And then at the same time, this double standard, I think that's where, now not, to say that this kind of hypocrisy is that much worse than what they've already said. He's already said some pretty heartless things in terms of his discussion of Palestine and with Aaron Bushnell and stuff. So, but it does seem like it might have taken things to another level. And again, just like Hassan said, like, how are you gonna turn this guy into? How are you gonna control what people think about what Ethan does? The one person that has control of that is actually Ethan Klein himself. You got to be him, and it's what you say, it's what you do that's got people reacting. This might sound very basic, and it should be something that somebody that's been a content creator since the early 2010s, like Ethan Klein, should understand. Welcome, streamer, welcome Raiders. Good to have you with us this evening, Streamlord and company.
So as far as I can tell, Ethan just isn't the victim of anything unique here, but obviously he disagrees, and his response to these insults, to criticism, and to this one lie that was ultimately removed was declaring all-out war on Reddit and H3 Snark.
And it's just fucking disgusting. Like, Reddit, you are disgusting. Fucking shame on you. The CEO, the officers, everybody who's in this company is 100% liable for everything that's happening on all these Snark subreddits.
He started by going to Reddit and complaining about Snark numerous times, demanding that they take action against the subreddit.
And I've tried to notify Reddit, and they just don't fucking care. We reported it, and we were trying to contact someone at Reddit. I've gone through every avenue possible with Reddit. If this doesn't get taken care of, then I'm gonna have to start holding Reddit accountable.
Which led to quite a lot of whining from Ethan when they chose not to do anything.
The whole Snark phenomenon is so pathetic that Reddit allows this shit to continue. This is another reason why I just cannot fucking believe that Reddit doesn't react. It's so fucked up that Reddit allows this and doesn't do anything.
But Ethan did eventually hear back from Reddit, although he wasn't very pleased with what they had to say.
We got a hold of someone at Reddit, and we told them about all the Snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us, and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people, and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
And while it would be really funny if Reddit actually said that to him,
it's fucking true. Wait, did they?
I highly doubt that that's what Ethan was told. I imagine he was told something more like, this community is totally fine. They're not doing anything different than your own is. But this is where things started getting a little...
Taylor Lorenz, somebody mentioned this in chat earlier. I guess she has some contacts at Reddit, and she said, now she didn't, I think this was anonymously sourced, so, it's hard to nail this down, but she said that, yeah, that was the consensus, was that the harassment was coming from Ethan Klein's community. Like when Reddit looked at it, they were like, actually, your community is harassing this community, not the other way around. So
A little weird. Ethan didn't just disagree with Reddit's decisions. He started claiming that Reddit was conspiring against him to protect Snark.
I believe that Reddit is colluding with the moderators of this Snark community and actively protecting it.
And to his credit, I'm sure that Ethan really was on the verge of cracking this thing wide open.
Twitch has been ideologically captured, and the people in that company are using their terms of service selectively as a form of activism. And I feel that I'm getting the same treatment now from Reddit. Did you know that these two companies in San Francisco, their headquarters are blocks away from each other? It's just interesting. It's just interesting because it shows there's some culture happening in this tech space. I think that these people are all very similar minded. I think that's what this is telling me.
Right. But somehow.
So yeah, Ethan's complaint right there about Twitch, like saying that it's like they're ideologically captured, and that they've got an agenda. This is Dan Saltman's theory, just stripped of the context of they are captured by wokeness, right? That's what Saltman was saying. That was what the that was what the actual complaint was, and so Ethan just says everything except for the the ideological part, the part where Saltman is like, these people are too woke, and we can't have people that are this woke controlling anything in our society. Basically, right? We gotta have I don't know, corporations that are neutral on the issues of the day.
This airtight narrative didn't gain quite as much traction as Ethan would like, so he started being somewhat openly dishonest about it. For instance, when Adam McIntyre's Snark community got taken down by Reddit, allegedly due to behaviors similar to the H3 Snark page, Ethan took it as proof that Reddit is conspiring against him. But he prefers to just disregard the known fact that Adam's page didn't get removed due to any alleged behaviors, but rather because it was completely unmoderated, whereas H3 Snark has always had active moderators. Ethan is aware of this, by the way, he just chooses to believe something else.
It's hard for him to be honest. He lies a lot. He does.
In fact, there are often pretty decent explanations for why things on Reddit haven't gone Ethan's way, but rather than opening his eyes, everything only leads him to further believe that Reddit leadership must be Snarkers themselves. That's right, it's a big Reddit conspiracy to harass Ethan Klein. That is literally what he believes.
I know that it's likely that one of the admins who's being paid by Reddit is participating and protecting it.
Ethan also started claiming that the coordination and organized harassment actually just happens in Discord servers, which is why you won't find it on the subreddit itself.
These fucking
oh my god
that are in a Discord,
okay, yeah
on all these things, these people.
That's Destiny's community. I'm sorry, but the whole splinter Discords to harass people, that's an old trick from back in the day. That's a Destiny thing, right? In fact, I would be surprised. Is there an H3 Discord? Like, I would be surprised if there weren't people from the H3 community, like, using Discord to coordinate harassment. This is kind of like I said, it's a big thing in the Destiny community, right? This is the way that they try to harass Destiny's enemies off the internet. But I suspect that there's like some of this in almost any any community that you would describe as like having a stan aspect, right? If people just like watch the content, I don't expect like DIY channels are necessarily have like wars between Snark and anti-Snark or anything like this, right? People getting off into splinter Discords to disagree about building stuff, but yeah, in stuff like this, it definitely exists, right? And you probably see this with like Minecraft streamers, chat. It's like just a like fan thing. Yeah, anything that's like personality driven, you would expect to find but I do think that it goes too far, you know, when it comes to Destiny's community. That's where people, you know, get doxxed and harassed in unspeakable ways by people with way too much time on their hands.
Can sign up without any info of their account. Most of their activities happening on Discord.
And it's kind of weird that he'd go that route anyway, because somehow Reddit is complicit in something truly horrific here, but simultaneously none of it is actually happening on Reddit, it's all happening somewhere else. But despite not having very much evidence, Ethan remained incredibly determined to push this harassment narrative. So determined, in fact, that he made the very classy decision to appropriate a woman's suicide to further his agenda against Snark. Michaela Raines, also known as Save a Fox, took her own life back in June of last year, and Ethan, within 24 hours of it being announced, ran to Instagram to claim that Snark was responsible. But Michaela's husband didn't cite her Snark community as contributing to her suicide. He rather said that the criticism Michaela faced was often from people she knew or people from other animal sanctuaries.
I hate this so bad. I didn't even talk to you. I don't think I even mentioned this on stream, right? Because I don't know. Like, I watch Save a Fox. I won't say that, like, you know, I was like a part of the community or anything like that, but I definitely like watched a lot of, like, I knew the Fox's names and stuff. And this was really sad, and the fact that this becomes Ethan Klein fodder, I can't handle it, chat. It's gross. Yeah, Finnegan Fox got sick and passed away too. Yeah.
Snark page was pretty inactive, with only 19 total posts in its lifetime. She also, according to her husband...
Oh no, what the fuck was that? Oh no. Oh no. What brain rot are we looking at, chat? Is this another, like, clue of what part of the internet this shit comes from?
Michaela faced was often from people she knew or people from other animal sanctuaries. Michaela's Snark page was pretty inactive.
Okay. Yeah. Do I even want to explain who the fuck that is? Heterodox takes. You could probably figure out what kind of a political perspective this person has from that, but it doesn't matter. They're talking about Save a Fox, and I don't think they're yeah, this is just for reference about the Save Us Fox Snark. It's not a... It was so inactive. Yeah, well, like, look at this. NCC agreeing with Jenny Matrix. You will probably never hear those words again, chat. Let's hope.
With only 19 total posts in its lifetime. She also, according to her husband, had a long history of being in and out of therapy with depression and various other mental ailments. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible that Michaela's Snark page contributed to her distress, but this was obviously a deeply troubled person, and Ethan parading around her body for his own narrative purposes and chalking it all up to Snark, when he can't even know that to be true, is kind of a disgusting thing to do. But despite these lies and conspiracy theories and his appeals to Reddit, Ethan was unsuccessful in getting H3 Snark removed.
This is not normal. This is fucking insane, unhinged behavior that is being explicitly sanctioned by Reddit continually. It's nauseating. It's so fucked up.
So he decided to escalate his tactics. Ethan hired an attorney to begin issuing copyright strikes against clips of the...
Anybody bothered by the music? It's been the same. We've been watching this for 45 minutes here. It's been the same music. I don't think, I think it's a pretty well put together video, you know, when you don't notice that that's like, you know. But look, when you find good copyright free music that you could use, you tend to stick with it. So I totally understand. And actually it's pretty, it backgrounds pretty well.
The H3 podcast that were getting posted on their Snark page. It's unknown exactly how many strikes were issued, but they went after quite a few, including some clips as short as...
Very corpo elevator music, yeah.
Various explanations for why he was trying to get these posts removed.
Me and my lawyer were extremely conservative about which posts qualified. The ones that I post, that I DMCA'd on that, were egregious.
At different times, he's claimed he was only targeting members-only content or posts that openly stated they were trying to steal views. But neither of these turned out to be true. Clips that didn't fit either of those parameters were getting struck also. Eventually, some of these snarkers were added to Ethan's current lawsuit.
I didn't even know there was a Snark community. Well, the one that they showed in the Jenny Matrix post, right, was it it was the whole point was it had been it's pretty much inactive. There wasn't anything going on it, right? But yeah, there were the snark phenomenon. I think that that they were saying that she dealt with was more from like other. I guess there's other similar channels, right? It was like the there was jealousy within the animal sanctuary YouTube community, which is scary, right? That's something like that. That's, you know, has elements very similar to what I've experienced in the political content community.
Against Hassan's orbiters, which we'll come back to later. But in these filings, we received expanded explanations for some of the DMCA takedown requests, and all of a sudden the justifications included things such as posts that didn't have enough comments on them. Not a great reason. These filings also claim that H3 was very purposeful with what they chose to strike, listing just 7 examples with detailed explanations for each takedown. And in response to the idea that he was trying to silence his critics, Ethan would repeat this claim on stream, asserting that he had only struck a handful of clips from the subreddit.
And your dumb bitch ass at the time was saying I was silencing people, which makes no fucking sense because there's like 1,000 posts up there and we DMCA'd like 5 of them.
But what they're referring to is just a DMCA. One of their posts of like the hundreds, if not thousands, got DMCA'd. And so the story is that I'm trying to silence free speech because one post of 1,000 got DMCA'd.
Like I said, there's hundreds of posts. We removed maybe 5 at most.
But months earlier, when complaining about Reddit's inaction against Snark, Ethan had previously claimed to have successfully filed.
Okay, I'm looking at the comments, looking at the poll already. We got 82 votes, chat. 82 votes. Do we have 82 likes? If not, fix that. Get on that. Get on that by hitting the like button. We got 82 votes so far. 41% for Weasel Awards, 33% for ContraPoints. Let me update that. Okay, yeah, so it looks like, yeah, Weasel Awards still ahead. Again, if this flips, chat, either through votes, make sure to vote if you haven't already, or through donos, which, you know, if you don't know, now you do, that when you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon or on throne.com/nocommentchick or on twitch.com/nocommentchickcc, important CC to remember there, then you will have the ability to affect the outcome of the poll just by letting me know in chat which of these topics you favor, and I will turn your dono into a bonus buff. It will increase the score of the topic of your choice. So that's another way that things can change. I'm gonna keep on going here. Oh, it looks like we missed the Kaya goal. I kind of forgot to remind people about that one. But yeah, we'll keep on going until the lead changes. It's like ContraPoints, Brianna Joy Gray, or is it? No, it'd be Professor Jang. Yeah, it's at 37. Weasel Awards at 55. So we're still. This is still in first place. We're gonna go a little further. I'm gonna hope that I can at least watch all of the Ethan content, because that seems like a good way to divide up an overly long video. No offense, but at the same time, you know, congrats, good video. It looks like people are watching this. Hassan has shouted it out, so people are discovering this. You know what video had almost 1 million views and it surprised me? There's a Comrade Casey video called Ethan Klein, Your Downfall Was My Masterpiece, right? That video is at like 850,000 views. They're closing on or I don't know if it'll get 1 million. It's an old video, right? But yeah, I did not know that Comrade Casey got close to 1 million views on that one. So hey, maybe this one will do similar numbers. You know, YouTube does tend to reward watch time, and because this is so long, it might get a lot of watch time.
Filed dozens of copyright strikes against them.
We've performed dozens of...
What did I say in response to DNW? Well, my fear is that Anthony or whoever was behind the account didn't hear it. But I said that they should get at me on Blue Sky. that's probably the best, quickest way. Right now, I'm going to try to get onto, like, there's an issue with Twitter. Elon changed Twitter. He changed the DMs. And I got to figure out what they're asking for a passcode. I just gotta make sure that this is like, you know, not some Elon Musk kind of trick. I don't know. I need to talk to somebody who knows about this and can explain to me, yes, just make up a passcode and use it. But yeah, there's this weird thing. Yeah, DMs changed, right? And I cannot get into my DMs just yet, but I'll probably be able to do it soon. Oh, the other way they can get at me is on Discord, right? Discord's another great way to do that. Yeah, Blue Sky or Discord is probably the best thing, just to keep it simple, because I don't want Anthony or anybody else to have to wait for me to figure out if this latest change from Elon Musk is some kind of pernicious trick to get into my brain. I don't know, chat. They're trying to hack into my brain.
Copyright strikes.
They're hacking my brain.
On the Snark subreddit, we have removed dozens of posts.
So is Ethan possibly lying to downplay how many claims were being filed? If he is, it might be because what Ethan was actually trying to do was get the subreddit banned as a result of excessive DMCA notices, something that he had seen work with other Snark subreddits before.
She told me that.
Oh yeah, and if you do, tell him I'm sorry I didn't catch him on stream. Sorry. Like I said, it seems like I got back just when he left, so.
Aware that there's Snark pages that will talk about me and that talk about her, whatever. And she was like, I'm going to give you this number of someone who can take down your Snarks. These people will go around and they will copyright strike things on subreddits to get them all these violations that then they get removed. I'm pretty sure as well that's how, you know, Trisha Paytas got the Trishyland Reddit taken down.
But obviously that plan didn't work, so he started making public threats of legal action against members of H3 Snark. And I wanted to briefly point out the very funny way that he talks when he's addressing Snark. He really thinks he's that guy.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will
sue you.
He's already been granted a subpoena to obtain the personal information of prominent H3 Snark members, which he claims is just for legitimate copyright purposes.
And he's threatening to dox.
And what's the deal with this? He is not allowed to reveal their information, but is he getting to look at the information, or is it just that the, like, you know, is the court going to look at the information? Either way, there was a motion to quash. It was rejected. And it would have kept any of the shit from happening, right? Any discovery at all, which I feel like should be what happens. I'm a little worried that the judge is, I don't know. You shouldn't get, like, dragged into a law case for a fucking Reddit post. Ethan is getting a look? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, this is from a little while ago. We're going back through in time here, chat.
It's not a dox.
This is Ethan.
Subpoena. Now, what happens to that information?
This is before the Ozempic really hit.
I don't know. I literally just want to hold them accountable for copyright infringement. Court filings are all public. So if, like, their private information shows up there, I literally can't help it.
But if you're not trying to dox them, then why say things like this? I mean, he's just openly expressing here that his goal is, at least partially, to expose the identities of these snarkers.
Like, anyone that participated in that sub should be humiliated, embarrassed, and exposed.
Oh, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, Webmaster. Yeah. Ethan is going to get to see the names. Okay. I just, like, yeah. I mean, the concern is that the real reason he's going after these names is that he wants to direct harassment towards these people in real life.
These people and had something to lose, who had, let's say, a good job or was part of an elite university, something like that, they would certainly not want people to know what they've been up to. They all have quite a lot to lose, and I will be the one that makes them lose those things.
That is pretty explicit. I mean, just look at one of the letters from Ethan's attorney. Give us the identity of Snark moderators, or all of your personal info.
Yeah, good question, Purple. Kind of weird because I don't think I put legit info there when I created my Reddit account years and years ago. So yeah, they're gonna be looking looking for Bob Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina.
Will be made public, and this letter was regarding a clip posted on H3 Snark that was 90 seconds long. It seems obvious that his primary motivation is not really protecting his property. But you know how we can be sure? Ethan previously.
Elon did this to prevent the left from organizing on Twitter, yeah.
Not even that long ago, had opened up the H3 IP to everybody, and he even gave his blessing to people profiting off of his channel.
So, like, I think he said stuff about IP addresses and stuff, which, like, I would think, okay, so if if somebody posts, like, CSAM on Reddit, right? Like, even if they are behind a gazillion proxies, like, they will be able to track down who that was, right? Like, are there ways to get through? Like, from what I've heard, there's like ways to get through VPNs, but it takes a lot of time and it's involved or something. If they want to, but then again, what if the person has a dynamic or dynamic IP address? Oh yeah, the VPN keeps logs. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could, get people's identity. The other thing is, like, are they gonna, like, could there be a judgment of, could there be a judgment of, could there be, like, like, damages to the, could they, like, actually hit up the Redditors for damages somehow? And all they did was say, if you want to, like, watch the video without supporting Ethan Klein, here's some places you can watch it.
Opening our IP to the world. If you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim.
We're down to 50 minutes here, chat.
Anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim.
Oh, wow.
Anything really at all.
But now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
He was openly encouraging people to monetize his property, even on YouTube.
We opened our IP, and there are starting to be channels who are uploading content.
I started noticing.
And they're getting views, and I'm very happy.
So again, chat, if there's time on the clock still, when if there's time on the clock still, when I have to go to my my Thai class, right? Then I'll come back for a bonus stream. You'll get a bonus stream tonight, which will be early in the morning for you if you're in the US, midday, maybe afternoon if you're in the EU, and what would it be? Late night if you're in Australia, Southeast Asia, China, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, any place like that. There we go. I hope I'm giving you good information time-wise. I must admit I have a difficulty like holding different time zones in my brain at the same time. It's difficult. He wants his own close industrial complex. That's what he was hoping for, right? And you could be Andrew Tate, in which case you pay people to do that. You put like a bounty on posting your content, or you could be Hassan Piker where you allow people to keep the money from that. But it's kind of like, I don't know, somehow Hassan's videos, people that don't watch him kind of acquire a taste for, if they're into politics. People that like, I don't think the same thing happened with Ethan. It's just like there's something about like the taste was never acquired, right? People that watched Ethan, they watched Ethan on the podcast, and they weren't. Yeah, he's always complained that his clips channels do not do well.
But Redditors, who don't profit off of him at all, he has a massive problem with his content being shared there. And the only difference between these two situations, one supports H3, the other criticizes him. You can't blanket open up your IP and then claim infringement when you just don't like who's sharing it. Either it's protected or it's not. So when it comes to H3 Snark, Ethan seems to have abused DMCA as a guise to try to silence his critics. That's it. This whole Snark controversy is really interesting because when you zoom out, it kind of gives you a lot of perspective on Ethan's character, like how he stands staunchly against involving people's families in online drama.
The way that's super fucked and twisted about it is how they go after people's families.
Except when he does it. or how he hates defamation.
Wait, Ethan's basement made some good videos. Wait, you're not talking about Kaya's, what is it? Kaya's Corner? I think Ethan's basement works on that, on the Kaya's Corner channel too. Oh, it had some good videos that like summed the stuff up. Yeah, I remember seeing some of those videos on Ethan's basement. When is the next Kaya's Corner? There was like a multi-part video, right? That was going on Kaya's Corner. I haven't seen the next one come out though. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to get in touch with Anthony as soon as kind of busy today, aren't I? I didn't even realize. Who is this creator? This is Kilo. And again, if my memory serves me correctly, he's from kind of the same corner of the commentary, YouTube that you see, like, J Stalk and Queemon come from, right? Maybe Destiny kind of vibe, right? There's a whole group of commentary channels that used to be somewhat Destiny adjacent or adjacent to one of the other communities, like Mr. Girl or Nick Fuentes, believe it or not, was a Destiny adjacent community for a hot second. And I think that's where this person comes from. I don't know what their politics are, if the politics might have changed. You are seeing a lot of these, sort of commentary guys that, do have that sort of coding to them, that sort of, I don't know what to call it, right? But that seem to be more open to left-wing ideas, if not, or in some cases just, taking the contrary view on, hey, everybody in commentary says, fuck Hassan Piker. I took a look into it and actually, no, fuck Ethan Klein, fuck Nicholas DeOreo, fuck Willie Mack, fuck all these people that are saying fuck Hassan, fuck Nux Taco, fuck Tectone. Like, this is a commentary channel realizing the very obvious phenomenon that the people that hate Hassan are people. I don't want to say anything too definite, because again, I am just vaguely remembering and kind of, this is just dead reckoning here, Kilo. If you want to, you see this video and you feel like I've mischaracterized sort of your background, feel free to correct it, because I am very aware that I could be wrong about that. But yeah, it just seems to be like part of the larger commentary trend of people, saying that this is like not. God, what the fuck? I got distracted.
Considers it harassment.
One of them fabricated a post. That's defamation.
Except when he does it. Or how he thinks Snark is evil and should be wiped from the internet.
I'm against Snark.
Hates defamation. Like how he stands staunchly against involving people's families in online drama.
The way that's super fucked and twisted about it is how they go after people's families.
Except when he does it. Or how he hates defamation and considers it harassment.
One of them fabricated a post. That's defamation.
Except when he does it. Or how he thinks Snark is evil and should be wiped from the internet.
I'm against Snark subreddits. I stand opposed to all Snark subreddits.
Wow.
Except when he uses it. Yeah, this is Ethan's web browser back during his fallout with Trisha Paytas. And you'll notice Ethan is a frequent visitor of Trishyland, Trisha's Snark subreddit. Ethan and the H3 crew are known to have been supporters and regular visitors of various Trisha Snark pages, including multiple named after their former podcast, Frenemies. The H3 podcast was actually remarkably public about being appreciative of Snark, back when the target was somebody that they didn't like.
Frenemies too. Oh, you have to request to join? Well, I gotta request access now.
Love said he secured Frenemies 12, so we're safe.
Okay.
We got, wait, Frenemies 12 is us?
Yeah, we got it.
Go to Frenemies 12, people, since Frenemies 2 is closed.
Frenemies 2 is like home base. You know what I mean?
Why have they done this?
The irony is that Ethan and Hila don't actually have a problem with Snark. In fact, when his own fans engage in the same behaviors that he accuses Snark of, he'll just pretend that it isn't happening.
It's a numbers game, okay? Some people, obviously, from an audience are going to be take it too far and be inappropriate and say horrible things. This is not my fan base. Them even trying to make it about our fan base is disingenuous and it's a fucking lie.
This is slightly old data, but one of the most popular subreddits among people who also post in H3 subreddit is a makeup snark page. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because the thing is, Ethan is a controversial figure with millions of followers. He's been involved in countless dramas and public feuds with others, and at that scale, criticism is inevitable. Some of it is going to be harsh. Some people might cross lines. But that doesn't mean there's a massive organized campaign against you. It just means you're notable and there's a lot of eyeballs on you. And I don't know how to protect someone like Ethan from every isolated incident of harassment on the internet, but I know that the answer is not silencing all of your critics. Now, some of you might be thinking, but Kilo, didn't these people send CPS and skulls to his house? I don't blame Ethan for taking matters into his own hands. Well, let's see. In November of 2024, Ethan began threatening Reddit with legal action if he couldn't get H3 Snark banned from the website. In December, it was discovered that he had been weaponizing DMCA against them. In January, he finalized his plan to ultimately sue them for copyright infringement. Then in February, he began making vague threats of doxing and exposing the identities of the Snark moderators. And the CPS and Skulls incidents didn't happen until March. On March 7th of 2025, the H3 podcast went live, where Ethan and Hila would discuss a Child Protective Services visit to their house that morning after an anonymous call that was placed a few days prior. The call was in response to a story Ethan told on this episode a few weeks earlier about his family having possibly contracted Giardia. After announcing what happened, Ethan followed up with a video on his main channel on March 10th, further discussing the CPS call, as well as angrily berating H3 Snark, Hassan, Bad Empanada, really anybody he could even remotely blame for the incident. He especially took issue with Denims, who he accused of encouraging her community to call CPS. The visit itself rightfully didn't translate to any long-term consequences for the Klein household, although Ethan maintains that this was a malicious and fraudulent attack on his family and that the call had no merit. He also claims that the caller impersonated somebody close to the Klein family to bolster the call's credibility.
Like when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report. And I'm like, no, okay. You could easily impersonate.
The CPS incident escalated Ethan's sense of victimhood in a pretty massive way.
Yeah, Ethan, you could easily impersonate or someone involved with the show could easily impersonate. This is the whole thing. When you make your whole life out of being a professional victim, don't be surprised when people, assume that you might be victimizing yourself.
And he started lashing out at anyone he considered anywhere even close to.
And also, like, he really did victimize himself, right? He really did. Even if he didn't, or he or nobody involved in the show called CPS on him, right? It's his fault that they got called, right? The only reason that they could possibly be called is because of that Giardia clip, which, fine, if you want to make poo-poo jokes, be my guest, all right? There's always an audience for poo-poo, pee-pee, humor, but you can't involve your family in a way where you normally discuss your life. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, like, you can't like be like this is, anyway.
One such person was Ian Joma, also known as iDubbbz. Ian is a former well-respected comedy creator turned not-so-well-respected failed event coordinator. He and Ethan used to occasionally collaborate on each other's channels and always appeared to maintain a positive relationship. But Ian and his wife Anissa over time also developed friendships with Hassan, Denims, and other similar creators. Because of these conflicting friendships, Ian largely avoided commenting on any of the Ethan and Hassan drama to this point, obviously preferring to stay out of it and just do his pretty boring podcast with his wife. But after the CPS visit, Ian and Anissa staying out of things was no longer an option for Ethan. He accused them of being cowards for not speaking up to defend him from the attacks that were coming from people they're associated with. The couple reiterated on their podcast on March 11th that they wanted to stay out of the conflict, adding that they don't condone or endorse any type of harassment that Ethan received.
We don't condone harassment
We don't condone harassment of any kind.
Of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
But Ethan's attacks on them continued, which led to iDubbbz releasing a pair of his famed content cop videos in April, with Ethan as the subject. These videos didn't get received very well, but I actually think there's a few good points in here, which we'll come back to in a second. For now, the important thing to remember is that the CPS call has become sort of the cornerstone of the victim narrative that Ethan is selling. Anyone who criticizes Ethan's behavior, who questions his motivations, who requests more evidence for his claims, all he or any H3 fans have to say to them is,
What is this, rooting for generational debt on the people who made up stories about Ethan's children? Nick, how do you know it wasn't Ethan? Wait, Ethan is. Look, if we're going to take Ethan seriously and say that the thing that he said about his children rolling around on the ground with dog poop was a joke. All right? It wasn't serious. I didn't mean it. You should have realized it was a joke. You shouldn't take it seriously. Okay. So if it's not serious, then the person that made up the story is Ethan. Like, I mean, I swear to God, this is a modern DeOreo tweet, and it is self dispositive somehow. It is self-refuting.
Tried to take his kids away, and the conversation gets shut down. But the problem with the way that people have framed this whole CPS thing is that it's essentially given Ethan this free pass to just say or do whatever he wants in response, no matter how dishonest it is. Let's get a sense of how CPS got called on the Klein household. Here's the clip that got shared around.
Olive has Giardia, which is a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Olive has this. Yeah, she came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get
Can
it.
we crank the AC, maybe?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Okay, so Ethan says in this clip that his dog has Giardia, that his infant son has Giardia, and that his wife has Giardia. He then immediately says that it's difficult to contract, and in order to get sick, you would have to ingest his...
Look, chat, I would rather put it up to 1.5. I don't think I can because of the music. It's going to sound really weird if I put it up to 1.5. I'm running out of time. I've got just enough time to maybe watch the rest of this video. I'm going to have to keep my commentary fairly minimum. Of course, that could change if we get more time on the clock. Then I will, I'll put pause on it before Thai class, and I'll do a bonus stream tonight. But right now, it looks like the stream is going to, end before that. Wait, what does it say? Oh, 35 minutes. Okay, chat. I got to really... I gotta chug. Or chug, is that the right way to say it? When you go fast. Gotta go fast.
The idea that Ethan could have painted
Gotta go fast.
Of a baby crawling around, putting dog shit in its mouth. It's really not like the craziest thing in the world. Like, it does kind of sound like that.
Olive has Giardia. She had diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. His whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell.
Dude.
And meanwhile, he is covered in low viscosity diarrhea.
Dude.
No, you guys will not be getting Giardia.
Okay.
It's not like that.
So yeah, Ethan told this story about parasites and dogs and babies being covered in shit, and his whole house smelling like flowing, frothy diarrhea. And yeah, it's just disgusting. So if you heard that story and took it at face value, you could understandably have come away from it with a little bit of concern. So obviously somebody called CPS, expressing concern about the sanitary conditions of the Klein household. Now, before we go any further, the obvious question is...
And that's what I said earlier, right? When you really think about it, like he's putting it forward like it's gotta be a Denims fan that called CPS because they don't like the Kleins. They're like, I hate you and I want to take your kids away from you, right? That's got to be it. And it's not true. It's not true. It could easily be somebody that, has a legitimate concern. Like a clip like that, shown to a large enough audience will cause at least one. Because if you take it 100% seriously, it's concerning, right? If you know that he is a guy that makes poop and pee jokes all the time, maybe you dial down your concern a little bit. But because it is, again, like if we were in a court of law, I think you could easily prove that a reasonable person would come away with from watching Ethan's clip right there with just the exact the impression that Kilo is suggesting here.
Was the CPS call malicious harassment or genuine concern? And the answer to that question is, we don't know. I don't know, you don't know, and Ethan doesn't know. It could have been malicious, or it could have been someone being reckless or overzealous. But it also could have been someone who heard the story and genuinely believed the kids were in an unsanitary or unhealthy environment. And the thing is that ultimately, it doesn't actually matter whether the report was made in good or bad faith. Even if the Kleins are the victims of harassment here, they're still responsible for how they respond to it. And Ethan, despite having no idea who placed the call or what—
And that's the big thing, is that the way that they've played this, and I mean, maybe this is the clip that's coming up, right? He has basically said the gloves are off now. I can do anything to you. And like, you know, people in that like Nicholas DeOreo, you know, kind of H3 orbit, they are like, yes, yes, King. Yes, King, you have our permission to violate all moral concern in your prosecution of these legitimately bad people. And it's not just like, you know, he's trying to find out who called CPS, and I don't know, you know, if they did it maliciously, try to, you know, get them prosecuted. It's not like he's going for the, you know, the person that sent the Skulls Unlimited package either. It's just any of his ops, anybody that disagrees with him, anyone that is, you know, it's all. Oh my God, I can't chat.
What their intentions were, has accepted no responsibility for himself, lied about what happened, and dishonestly exploited the entire situation. One of the better points from Ian's content cop videos is that Ethan tends to abdicate any responsibility he has in protecting himself online, and he instead expects the world to protect him.
Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call. Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
And that's just true. Everyone kind of understands that the more about yourself that you put out there, the more you're exposing to the many insane people that exist on the internet. Ethan seems to understand this. He tries to limit sharing photos of his kids online, specifically for that reason.
I've literally given Ethan Klein credit for not—
Wait. Does Kilo know? Does Kilo know the irony of this? He did for a long time. Ethan was real adamant about not showing his kids. And then I guess there was one day where they just decided we need to use the kids as like emotional leverage to get more subs from our audience. So
of his kids.
Here's the kids.
I think it is actually very cool of him to try his best to not have his kids in photos, in videos.
But when it comes to the CPS visit, Ethan has spent the months since it happened lashing out at Reddit, other creators, anybody who he can get away with trying to hold responsible. And he has not for 1 second stopped and examined how he might have been responsible. Never has he said, man, I told that story in kind of a stupid way. No, maybe I shouldn't talk about my kids' medical conditions in front of thousands of people. Nothing. I mean, Ethan spent almost the entire year leading up to the CPS visit complaining about the internet and how many crazy haters he has. He even told the Giardia story in an episode where he was addressing those people. Idubs also pointed out that there were members of H3's own audience watching the story live who were making comments about the Klein household being covered in shit. And the point of that shouldn't be to say that one of them might have called CPS. The point is that even Ethan's own fans thought the story sounded a little crazy. So what do you think the people who are—
Okay, so chat, for the record, okay, so at the moment, right now, it does not look like there's going to be a bonus stream, right? That could change. I'll let you know if it does. We're fairly close to it, but it looks like there will not be one tonight. I may be able to. I'm gonna get most of this covered.
Here, you know, the ones that the episode was literally about.
This Ethan thing.
No one would eventually see it. Personally, I just don't give Ethan a lifetime pass for saying whatever he wants all the time. At some point, you are somewhat responsible for protecting yourself on the internet. And when people say things like this—
I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
They're not saying that Ethan is solely to blame. They're just saying he's acting like a moron. But Ethan's been given the green light by everybody to not only avoid any responsibility for himself, but also just lie.
I gotta say, though, I'm a little bit suspicious right now. Just given how he put this, right? I'm a little bit suspicious that Denims was set up. I'm a little bit suspicious that Giardia story, as stupid as it is, it might have been— this might be an offensive strategy here. Like, this might be an offensive tactic, right? That he is putting that out there, and then, oh my God, chat, if somehow CPS were to get called, then he can fuck it. Like, do you see the way that he's cynically used this to attack all of his enemies makes it look like Ethan called CPS, like, or somebody from the show or whatever, right? You know, I don't necessarily mean Ethan himself. This makes it look like he did it. This makes it look like an inside job, right? It's so gross the way that he is like, yeah, and therefore it doesn't matter if I fucking completely ruin Denim's life. I'm going to ruin 3 lives. I'm going to ruin the Reddit mod's life. I'm going to ruin everybody's life, and it's all okay because CPS. because nobody wants their kids taken away. Holy shit, what a masterstroke. See, and you gotta start, like, I'm sorry, with how he's acting, I'm gonna say this is a more likely explanation than I think anyone's given it credit for, certainly, and maybe more likely than any of the other explanations.
This. He told the Giardia story on stream in February. A few weeks
But we will never know. For the record, in all likelihood, we will never know, what the, who called CPS and what their, whether they had a genuine concern or not.
Bad. After that, Denims reacted to Bad and Banana's video on her stream, but she didn't push back at it enough and spread his lies to her community. Her chat responded negatively to these lies, and then almost all of them started suggesting that CPS needed to be called. Denims did not moderate or discourage this behavior, and then one of her viewers must have called CPS. That's more or less Ethan's story. He calls this the big CPS lie.
She participated in the CPS lie, Child Protective Service lie. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is it's all a lie.
So let's examine this narrative, and let's start with who he blames most directly for the CPS visit.
Denims endorses this clearly, as you can see, that it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning.
But what did Denims actually do? Well, she watched this video on stream, and yeah, she expressed concern about what she was hearing. But expressing concern about something you hear is not the same as a call to action. It's not even the same as endorsing that action. Denims doesn't even mention CPS.
Like, if I really go with Ethan Klein logic that says if somebody did something bad to me in terms of calling CPS, right? The kids are, the parental relationship, the parent-kid bond is really in danger here. Right, then I'm sorry, I don't think it's that much of a leap for me to turn around and say that, it's like, if you use his own illogic, like that somebody doing something wrong indemnifies you from doing anything, I don't know, he would not want to actually live with that as a moral precept, right? Ethan does not want to go eye for eye, tooth for tooth. That would end badly.
At any point during her coverage, and she never suggests a call to action of any kind. She just says the story is concerning and that parasites can be dangerous for infants.
I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants...
Robert, I'm super upset the idea of my kid speaking to a social worker, dude who is scared of his kids will reveal something. Look, I mean, that's how I think of it too. Unfortunately, though, there's a lot of parents out there, and they hate being criticized, and they're a big nightmare of theirs would be their kids getting taken away, based on a misunderstanding or a rumor or something like that. Like, Ethan's actually able to kind of leverage this because people are, anybody with kids like sort of sees themselves in that situation and doesn't consider that there might be more to the story.
Get the same sicknesses that adults get.
But I'm not sure how much of it we're going to have a chance to actually watch.
And not necessarily be saying that you think they deserve to have their kids taken away. And that's an important distinction, because after Denims threatened to sue Ethan for defamation, he started shifting the goalposts quite a bit.
I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. And I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS, obviously, right?
Okay, so now we've moved on from this.
Denims...
Yeah, Denims did CPS was what he said before.
She's directly responsible.
And the claim is now that she essentially primed her community to call CPS.
The point is not that you...
Oh my god, I guess you didn't get this, but there is a clip of Ethan saying Denims did CPS.
Your audience to contact CPS. The point is that you propagated the false statements that led to this incident, and you turned a blind eye to your chat, urging people to contact CPS. His kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat is saying to call CPS.
In his video about the CPS call, Ethan shows a cutout of Denim's shit.
But who said your kids roll around and eat shit? Oh yeah, it was you.
Coverage of the Giardia story. The cutout shows numerous chatters expressing concerns about the client's kids, with some mentioning CPS. The way Ethan presents this is as though Denim's chat was universally responding this way.
Notice the chat is almost in a complete universal agreement. Call CPS. Call child endangerment. CPS social services. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment, etc., etc. I'll let the chat play for you, but you can see just how crazy.
Yeah, Miku's headphones. That does sound like a good plan. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. I hope it heals.
Community is, and once again, this is Denim's chat, and it's pretty much 100.
I used to have like a roommate who had like an excessive amount of shoes. They were all in the entryway to the apartment, and I remember like, I think I broke a rib because like the entryway is like got this like stone floor and stuff, and so like yeah, I trip over like, you know, it was like boots and stuff, right? I would trip over the boots and then just like, and I had something in my hand too. I was like carrying food, I think, because I was carrying food, and I just like I A, made a huge mess, and B, I think I broke my ribs, and it was so awful because it was like, God damn it, like.
% of the comments saying call CPS on them.
But what Ethan is showing here is in fact not 100% of the chat. This is a curated selection of chat messages that Ethan got from this Reddit post. In her response, Denims did the math, and between the first and last of the 65 messages that Ethan showed in his video, Denims had almost 1,000 messages sent in her chat, meaning the messages Ethan showed as evidence of her entire community being whipped up into a frenzy were only 7% of the messages sent during her coverage. And I also wanted to point out that several of the comments in that cutout, they don't even have anything to do with CPS, and they're very similar to a lot of messages from Ethan's own chat during the Giardia story. So it would be pretty dishonest to include these as evidence of wrong.
I was gonna say, this is just how a chat reacts to a fucked up story about Giardia and dog poop.
Meaning the actual total of CPS-related messages in Denim's chat is even lower than this. But Ethan doubles down on this outright false presentation the next day.
I'm not exaggerating when I say literally every comment is call CPS.
Yeah, no shit. It's edited. I don't know if Ethan knew this was an edited selection, or if he just saw something that helped him out and didn't bother to verify it. But he immediately presented it as fact and used it to bolster his side of the story. And he tried to stand on it when he got challenged.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
You know what? We'll just make it all up. We'll make the whole thing up. We'll dock it. Picture. We'll make it up.
So yeah, this was nowhere near her whole chat. But even if Ethan thinks that Denim still should have moderated better, which I can probably agree with, there's a pretty big difference between a failure to moderate and being causally responsible for any subsequent action. Denims does have an obligation to try to mitigate harm, but failing to fulfill that obligation doesn't mean that she caused the CPS call. Denims didn't cause the call, someone else did. So when it comes to responsibility, what's really left? Well, some people claim that Bad Empanada is notoriously bad faith and malicious.
And I'm gonna say that the buck lands with Ethan Klein, right? Again, this clip wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Ethan Klein, right? Ethan Klein and the way that he told that story is the reason that CPS got called, and probably that they took it seriously, right? Because if you just say like, hey, this guy on YouTube, mistreats his kids, no, I don't think anybody's going to listen to that, right? If you say that the guy on YouTube mistreats his kids, and here's a clip of him talking about it, well, now CPS needs to find out exactly what Ethan meant, right? Were your kids rolling around putting dog shit in their mouth? Because if they were, we have a problem.
So Denim shouldn't have platformed him in the first place. But I mean, we're just getting so far away from any true culpability here.
I'm sorry, what did Bad Empanada do again? Okay, so yeah, the story is that Denims watched a Bad Empanada video going over how Ethan's story about the poo-poo, and somehow they also tried to be like, yeah, and you platformed this guy.
All because she watched a video from a guy who might be known to lie, and then a tiny portion of her chat responded to the lies, and Denims didn't delete everything.
I'm gonna say Bad Empanada like does things that I don't agree with a decent amount. Lying, The only time I've seen him lie is when people are lying about him, and he'll do tit for tat, right? If Shark 300 says that Bad Empanada is a wanted sex criminal that fled Australia, then like Bad Empanada will make up some tweet from Shark 300 that sounds like he has like sex predator charge, like some kind of a designation under the law. Neither is true, but neither Shark shouldn't have lied about Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada shouldn't have lied about Shark.
Every single one of them, and then days later the call gets placed, which could have been anybody, but we just assumed that it was Denim's fault because I don't know. Like, is this really the standard?
But I guess he would say that he's justified based on, his claim would be, if people are going to do that to me, I will do that to them.
That we're going to hold people to. At that point, Denims is so detached from the action of calling CPS itself, it doesn't really seem fair to blame her for it. But you know what? Let's accept Ethan's entire premise here. Let's say Denims is responsible for not moderating enough and for platforming these harmful lies without pushing back. What are the supposed lies? What does Ethan claim Bad Empanada said?
Oh, here we go.
Denims uncritically, that's you, played a clip of George Janitis, the human STD, a person whose Denim knows is clearly biased against me and a prolific spreader of misinformation. In the video, Denims watched George Janitis, the human STD, claims that there was dog shit all over my home, that I just leave it on the floor.
Okay, so first supposed lie. And we have to point out that, again, this is something that Ethan's own audience intuited during the Giardia story. Ethan also has a documented history of talking about having dog poop in the house.
My dogs are not extraordinarily trained, right? They run around, they play a lot, and sometimes, especially the little dogs who go potty inside. So admittedly, my dogs are not the best trained, right? I admit that.
You think my fruit is bringing...
I think you're half correct. It's half the fruit, and the other half is the dog shitting.
Love shredded Alfredo. I do, but I've stepped in their shit multiple times.
How many times do we get poop inside? What's going on here?
Almost every day that they were here.
It was a delivery guy. He stepped in shit.
But
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
I stepped in shit and tracked it all over.
It's like a super, how do you call it? Like strings, you know, from one of the dogs. I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump. It's old, by the way. It's hard.
So I'm sorry, it's defamatory to suggest that your house was covered in dog poop? Okay, moving on.
That my house is just covered in dog shit. My kids crawl around in dog shit.
You kind of made it sound like that.
Olive has Giardia. She had diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around.
Anybody want to posit a guess why he said that my house is just covered in dog shit? It's almost like he's like, look, my house isn't just covered in dog shit. All right. It's covered in dog shit and it's really expensive. So it's not like a double wide. Again, we go back to Cletus. It's not a double wide that's covered in dog shit. That would be bad. You would need to take the kids out of there. But it is a fancy, mansion in LA that is covered in dog shit. So it's okay, right? I'll hire somebody to deal with the dog shit.
Around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age.
Okay, next.
He intimates that my kids either eat dog shit or get in contact with it with their hands.
No, actually, you intimated that.
It can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. You have to ingest my poop.
That is literally you saying that if Sonny had Giardia, he would have gotten it from contact with poop-contaminated surfaces.
That my children contracted a parasite called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over my house.
Okay, even if the dog poop wasn't literally all over his house, Ethan consistently likes to pretend that it's an evil Snark narrative that his child did contract Giardia.
It actually turned out when we got all of the poop tests back, he never had Giardia even. And that's why they called CPS. Because my 10-month-old baby had diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
So I'm just kind of struggling here. Where are the defamatory lies?
Do you see what he's doing though? He's turning, he's turning a story that really does sound like, is this neglect that's going on? He's turning it into my kid got diarrhea. I'm sorry. I do as well as I can. I'm a very busy parent. You know that I work? Do you know that both of us work? It's so difficult to manage all these things. Yeah, my kid got diarrhea. Do you think that I'm a bad parent? Do you think you should take my kids away, right? Again, he's getting the parents in his corner, right? He does have some sense of PR, right? I don't know. I think he might like cry wolf a little bit too much, right? But he does, he is kind of good at turning a narrative to be about his own victimization. It's weird. Why is it guys like, okay, and here's what I was going to make sure to comment on, all right? This weaponization of victimization, right? This thing that he does where he flips the fucking script, this is Trumpian. This is Trumpian, right? Whatever other people do to me is horrible and justifies unlimited punishment. Whatever I do to other people is understandable. And it's little things like this. As a parent, he does not have me there. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it, right? But I mean, you see the play that he's making, right? He's trying to, kind of leverage people's fear of being called a bad parent for the difficulty that it actually is to be a parent, for the the whole thing of like, somebody comes into your house, of course, and there's something not great going on, and you're kind of like, look, I was in the middle of dinner, I was getting to it, I was on the phone, I was like, right, like there's some understanding, that shit can be pretty chaotic in a household of good parents, right? I think that's what he's trying to leverage more than anything. We are at 13. We're down to the last 13 minutes here, chat. If the time goes up, remember the time goes up whenever anybody super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick on the Vietnam trip for this fall, or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? The number goes back up, but right now it's looking like we're gonna end stream before Thai class tonight, so we're getting to that. Yeah, Ethan is very Trumpian. There's more to that than that. I hope we get to, like, we're close to the end here, chat. I mean, I did an okay job not going too slow, but I need to pee again.
She believes his lies.
Okay, be right back.
You did not disavow. You did not disclose the credibility of Bad Empanada. You uncritically platformed and agreed with the statements that I was putting my kids in danger.
We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist.
Just for the record, I don't think Ethan deserves to have his kids taken away. I think calling CPS over something like this was pretty crazy, and I think he's probably a perfectly fine dad. But that being said, the malicious lies that his entire victim narrative revolves around are just things that he himself said. And this is what Ethan does. He puts things out there himself, and then if you use them against him, he just calls you a liar. He makes you uncomfortable with his jokes, and then when you complain about it, he says you're just trying to ruin his life. He spends months expressing incendiary political opinions, and then when you criticize him, he just says that you're probably a racist. He fumbles a story about his family's medical conditions, and then calls you a liar for repeating it back to him. Ultimately, one person is responsible for the CPS call. Not Hassan, not Denims, not Reddit. One random person that Ethan will likely never identify because CPS calls are anonymous. But notice how this incident's been used. Suddenly, everyone who criticizes Ethan is responsible for trying to take his kids. Same thing with the skulls. One unhinged person is now proof of a coordinated attack. And this very convenient framing is deliberate. Ethan's been going after Hassan, Snark, and anyone else in his crosshairs for months, but I don't like what they said about me doesn't play quite as well as they tried to hurt my family. So now every grudge that he already had gets filtered through these incidents. Remember that Ethan was already going after all these people. The CPS and Skulls incidents just gave him the justification he needed to escalate. On June 19th, Ethan announced in a video titled "I'm suing these 3 creators" that he had registered his content nuke video on Hassan with the US Copyright Office, a move that federally protects the work from infringers. He went on to name Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron as the 3 targets for newly filed copyright infringement lawsuits. To me, this is sort of the culmination of Ethan's feud with the Hassan sphere. He says he was laying a trap for certain creators and claims he knew they'd react to his video with minimal commentary and essentially steal his content.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion.
I don't even know what that last part means, by the way. Like, what, they should have waited a few days to watch your video? Like, what was he even trying to say there? Regardless, his cases do seem pretty strong. Specifically, Caseytron and Frogan's reactions to the content nuke appear pretty short and lacking in meaningful commentary, and the primary defense against copyright infringement, which is fair use, likely wouldn't work for them. But in classic Ethan Klein fashion, he's been extremely dishonest about his intentions and what these lawsuits are actually about. For starters, Ethan claims in his video that his entire mission is to fight against content theft and stand up to lazy React streamers.
Why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice, and this just, we all see this, and no, it's not right.
But his criteria for who he decided to sue was a little more specific than just those who watched the content nuke in full.
There were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. These people not only violated all the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And that's the part that really got me. It's the stated malicious intent to steal.
And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
So Ethan is targeting people who maliciously reacted by openly stating that they wanted to avoid supporting his channel. And to a lot of people, that makes sense. Go after the people who were trying to harm your channel. But the problem is that both legally and logically, the concept of a quote malicious reaction is kind of fucking incoherent. So legally, any focus on malice in a copyright lawsuit would be a misapplication of copyright law. In US copyright law, especially when arguing for fair use, intent or malice has pretty much nothing to do with whether infringement has actually occurred. The primary test for fair use focuses on 4 factors, mainly whether the work has been sufficiently transformed by adding new meaning or commentary. But intent or malice is not one of those 4 factors. Someone could be completely unaware that material they're using is even copyrighted, and they can still be found guilty of infringement. Malice might come into play later when determining damages, but legally, it's completely irrelevant to whether anyone's guilty of copyright infringement. And logically, Ethan's focus on malice doesn't really make sense either. Look at it this way. If somebody steals your property, whatever they say they're doing isn't really relevant. If someone steals a bike from your front yard and rides away saying, "It's okay, I'm not stealing it, I'm just riding it," They're still stealing your bike. They're receiving all the benefits of theft, and you're experiencing all the harm of it, regardless of what they said they were doing. With React content, it's the same thing. If you watch someone's entire video on stream, you've taken their content and given your audience a version they can watch instead of the original. Whether you say, I'm stealing your viewers, or you say, I love this creator, doesn't change what you're doing. The only thing that matters here is whether or not your coverage adds enough to the original video to make it a fundamentally different product, which would mean you're no longer stealing. And furthermore, everyone who reacts to an entire video on stream with minimal commentary knows that that's what's happening. They know their audience is watching through them instead of going to the original. That's not a secret, that's how the genre works. So if somebody knows they're stealing viewers and they choose to do it anyway, isn't that literally the definition of malice? So then what's the difference between what these 3 women did and anyone else who gave a low-effort reaction to the content nuke? Well, materially, there isn't one. All of them willfully chose to deprive Ethan's channel of potential viewers. The only difference is Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron said those words out loud. I do want to briefly point out that I'm not even really sure that Denims or Caseytron did in fact openly state an intent to steal views. I know Ethan's convinced everyone that that's what happened, but look at what they actually said. Denims responded to a chatter saying they wanted to watch the content nuke through someone else and simply confirms that she is in fact going to react to it, which isn't really malicious. At the end of the video, she makes the comment from earlier. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, etc. That's not really malicious intent either. The video is already over, and it's simply an acknowledgement that some people were there for that reason. Same thing with Caseytron. A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. That's not really a statement of intent, it's just kind of a fact. And that's all she said. So is this really them saying they're trying to steal Ethan's views? I'm not really convinced of that. They seem more like statements of awareness about the market for boycotting Ethan Klein's channel. But let's leave that aside. Let's say these were explicit statements of malicious intent. There's another creator who Ethan is not suing who did the exact same thing. XQC proudly admitted that he is stealing Ethan's content during his reaction.
I actually admitted watching it. I admitted watching it. People think reacting on stream? No, watching it. I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
If Ethan actually cared about lazy React content, XQC is a prime example of somebody he should be going after. He reacted to the content nuke in full with minimal commentary. He's got a massive audience, and he's openly admitted he doesn't care about intellectual property. To Ethan.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright? Does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't.
During that same debate, Ethan specifically called out XQC for using deceptive thumbnails, taking the original creator's thumbnail and slapping his face on it to confuse audiences and siphon views.
The fact that you're using the same title and the same thumbnail is so parasitic, it's so shady. You are only doing that to siphon off views and confuse people. There's no other reason for that.
But that's exactly what XQC did with the content nuke. By Ethan's own standards, XQC should be the first person he would go after. But when he watches him proudly admitting to stealing his property, he has only nice things to say.
I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
And listen, I respect it, man. I acknowledge you.
We hear you.
I acknowledge you as the king of this shit.
So is Ethan
There we go.
who won't go
Oh my god.
after someone that has the money to fight back? Yes. But more importantly, this shows that the lawsuit—
I mean, he's a bully is what he is, right? And he's always been a bully. This is what he's always done. A little bit of power of being a, famous YouTuber absolutely goes to this guy's head. And, he can't take criticism. He can't take disagreement. Yeah, he's a crybaby. Exactly. Just like Trump. A lot like Trump when you think about it.
Suits have nothing to do with malice or lazy React content or protecting intellectual property. This is just a targeted attack on specific people that Ethan doesn't like, which is not really what the court system is meant for. And of the people Ethan is suing, Denims is the clearest example of just how bad faith he's being here. I mean, Ethan spends his entire announcement video talking about the harm of lazy React streamers, like people who walk away from the video and leave it playing.
The problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts. When Hassan gets up, disappears for an extended period of time.
Who just did that? Kilo, please don't sue me.
For his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
But Denims react—
Kilo is like, well, yeah, I wasn't gonna sue you until you intimated that I was right wing somehow. No, I don't know. I don't know what Kilo's ideology is.
To the content nuke was nothing like that. The content nuke itself is less than 2 hours long, and Denim's reaction to it is almost 4 hours long. And according to Ethan's own standard, that should qualify as being transformative.
My reacting to Ian's content cop, which I finished.
I just have vague memories and vibes.
Total reaction was probably what, like 5 hours or something in total, maybe less, 4. And his was an hour and a half. I think that sounds pretty reasonable. That's like taking 2 times more than the original runtime, which seems like a good amount. For a commentary, right?
So again, by his own measure of what fair use is, Denim sufficiently transformed his video, which should mean she didn't really steal anything. So why then is Ethan still suing her? Ethan had a problem. He wanted to sue Denims, but as of right now, there really isn't that much legal precedent for full-length live React content like this. So it's pretty unclear whether Denims' reaction to the content nuke would legally be found to be an infringement on copyright, especially given the length and added commentary. And because Ethan couldn't know for sure, he decided to hedge.
Some of you guys out there sweating?
He didn't just register the content nuke with the US Copyright Office. He also registered the countdown stream that led up to it on the H3 podcast, which Denims did watch live. And her reaction to this countdown stream is far less likely to fall under fair use. But the problem is this countdown stream doesn't seem like it's what Ethan was talking about when he expressed wanting to protect people's content. In his announcement video, he repeatedly mentions long-form content and uses Lamino, whose videos likely take weeks or months to make, as an example of unfairness.
What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
So he's clearly making it sound like he's talking about video essays and things with high production quality, not some countdown stream. He specifically talks about Denims here as though she reacted to the content nuke itself with no commentary.
I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
But he doesn't mention the countdown stream a single time. It's almost like he doesn't want you to realize that he's completely spite-driven and full of shit.
You're lying.
Maybe I am, so what?
And here's what makes that super obvious. Ethan didn't even register the countdown stream with the content nuke back in January. He did it in March, 2 months later. What happened in March that would make Ethan want to be sure he could go after Denims?
That it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
These basically are not even really copyright lawsuits. It's quite obvious that Ethan just came up with a way to use the legal system against his personal enemies. And the ultimate goal of his plan was to threaten them with something that they couldn't fight back against. Take Caseytron and Frogan, for instance. These two have pretty small audiences. They could not have meaningfully impacted Ethan's income at all. But Ethan is pursuing statutory damages, meaning his payout wouldn't be based on any actual lost revenue, but a fixed amount that the court decides upon, and could be up to $150,000. He's also asking for attorney's fees and prejudgment interest, just for good measure. This is Ethan applying the absolute maximum amount of financial pressure possible. He's not really trying to right a wrong. He's trying to make the cost of defense so high that they don't actually have a choice. Caseytron, for instance, expressed concern about losing her home as a result of the lawsuit. And when she's facing that level of financial threat, she doesn't realistically have the option of trying to prove whether she's right or wrong. She's probably gonna just decide to not risk losing her house, which is likely why Caseytron was the first of the 3 defendants to resolve her case. The 2 parties settled in December, and as part of that settlement, she was required to deliver an on-stream apology, a statement which consisted of roughly 26 seconds discussing the importance of copyright, followed by almost 3 minutes of things like this.
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker. Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited.
Denims was also planning a defamation suit against Ethan before Ethan sued her. Was it for the Denims did CPS thing? Was that, I'm trying to remember, I do remember that Miko's headphones, but you gotta refresh my memory. Chat, we're running out of time here. We got like 1 minute left. I want to point out that tomorrow is the video game stream, and we are 61% of the way towards another video game stream. So if you want that longer than normal Saturday stream ending in the or Friday stream ending in the Saturday morning cartoons and continuing the Persona 2 epic JRPG story that we are in the midst of, finding out all about who the Joker is, what is his game, why do we have to dial J, and what does he offer as a wish if you do not end up getting frizzle fried and turned into a shadow of yourself by the Joker. But that's all coming up tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know, we're 39 points away from it. So let's see, we got 16 seconds yet. I'm gonna hit the button that's gonna start us raiding into USA Hole. Looks to be gaming, looks to be Castlevania. This could be cool, I don't know. So that's where I'm rating you into if you're watching me on Twitch. Let me go ahead and shout out my Patreons, because if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out in the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're close to the end now, let me do those right now. Shouts out to Neopericos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izymandias, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Orlitz Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Gavette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. Did I get it in time? Yeah, I got it before the raid. Chat, I'm running out of like liquid. I'm running out of mouth juice, saliva. I am dehydrated. So yeah, I guess I better get some this will at least give me a chance to get some water and some food before I start Thai class. No bonus stream tonight. We were pretty close to it though. Yeah, I'll be on again tomorrow. Try to be on early. We'll cover some content, and then we'll see about that Persona 2 gameplay. So yeah, gaming night for the Gaming Frogs. Possibly, I guess it's up to the Gaming Frogs to save this one, but they're pretty damn close. So I got faith. I got faith in the Gaming Frogs making it happen tonight. Much love, everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for keeping us relevant. And if you, the best time to hit the like button is 5 minutes ago. The second best time is right now on your way out. That also helps as well. Oh my God, thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the shout out, USA Hole. Let's see if wait. Oh, I opened the wrong thing.
And my co-host, Mr. Spilios Bones. And we have a bunch of cuties in addition.
All right, so that's USA Hole. Go out and check them out over on twitch.com. Shout out to USA Hole spelled with a 0.
October's uncanceled.
All right, so yeah, have fun over there. I will see you again, I think tomorrow. We got a gaming stream. At least we're gonna try to have a gaming stream. I don't know, chat. We'll see if it works out. We'll see if we can swing it. Anyway, until then, bye bye. I'm gonna get a drink.